Madam BA, Madam Clerk, you
Ye-
ready?
Yes, Mr. President, when you are. Who is missing? Oh, Councilman Cotton is coming. Councilwoman Cotton, we are ready. Yes, Councilman Dapper and Councilman Yates.
Hey, Councilwoman. Councilwoman. We ready, Mr. Ming? Thank you. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting of the Municipal Council of November 10th, 2022 at 7 p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting of November 10th, 2022 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Here.
Councilman Davila. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mendez.
Good evening, Paterson. Good evening, Madam Clerk. Yes.
Councilman Mims. Councilman Udine.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Welcome, everyone. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Mr. President.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Mr. President and honorable council members, this evening we have with us to render the prayer. It will be rendered by Elder William C. McCoy from the Church of Jesus Christ, and also to lead us in the flag salute is the Honorable Councilman Louis Velez, Councilman of the 5th Ward. Everyone at this time, please rise for the prayer and the flag salute. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Councilman Velez, for extending to me this privilege and honor. I've done this many times before, but tonight seems to be a little bit different. Before I pray, I'd just like to read as a prayer, Psalms 19 and the last verse. It comes after David had talked much about the goodness of God, his righteousness, his judgment, and his character. And he then poses this situation. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my Redeemer. Let us pray. Most righteous and eternal God, we thank you, Lord, for your goodness and for your mercy. We thank you especially for this day which you had made. Cause us to rejoice and to be glad in it. For surely you have been good to us. And so we come today to say thank you. Thank you for the way you have preserved and kept us during these evil days. Thank you for the provisions that you have made for us. We thank you tonight for our civil government, beginning from our federal level to our local, our mayor, this blessed council. We ask that you might continue to grant them wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, that as they lead our city, they will do so with integrity, justice, and with all fairness. Bless tonight those that have come through this election season, have stepped forward to be leaders in our community. Those who were unsuccessful, we pray that you might continue to strengthen them, that they may not withdraw themselves from the plow, but they will continue to work and to labor, knowing that all things shall be well. We ask, O God, that you might strengthen our resolve, that in all things your will would be done according to your own purpose. These mercies we ask now as we give you thanks. In Christ's name, amen. God bless you and be well.
This flag salute will be in honor of our veterans that we celebrate tomorrow, Veterans Day. Salute our flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for your service.
Everyone, please remain standing. We will now have a moment of silence for our troops and those who have lost loved ones. Thank you. Everyone may take your seat. Madam Clerk, we do have actually, please read the statement of compliance.
Yes, Mr. President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2022 to 2023. Meeting date November 10th, 2022, time 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2022 to 2023 on or about July 1, 2022. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022 to 2023 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2022 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Cascada International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, and tap into Paterson in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022 to 2023 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022 to 2023 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. A call for the payments of bill. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Council President. Payment of bill. The total amount of payment of bill that we have is $19,111,575.95. Out of this payment of bill, we have two large payments for the Board of Education in the total of $11,291,415.16, and general government $4,029,150.70. This payment of bill was discussed at the Finance Committee meeting, and I recommend this bill to be paid.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman.
Just through the chair, Council President, to the administration. There's no payroll payment in this bill, right? Correct? No. Madam BA, is my understanding that you disperse, the administration disperse, has to pay it in this pay period? It's also my understanding that we already settled the union agreement was signed and we voted on it, the blue color and the dispatch and communication contract, and we voted on it almost 35 days ago. Can you give me an estimated day that this dispatcher contract and blue color will get their retroactive, also they back pay or whatever was an agreement?
Finance.
That's Javier the robocall, but that's okay.
We're finishing dispatchers. It's basically almost done. It should be within the next 2 weeks for dispatchers. White collar, that's just finished and that has to come in front of council and then we can,
I'm talking about blue collar.
DPW, that was done and dispersed.
Okay, they're dispersed.
Yeah.
And the dispatch and communication?
Just within 2 weeks. They will get it.
Within 2 weeks?
Yes.
So you think they could celebrate before Christmas with a check?
Definitely, yes.
Thank you. The viewers out there, communication dispatcher, wait 2 more weeks. If not, call me back. Thank you,
Roll
ma'am.
call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for payment of bills in the amount of $19,111,575.96. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
2 weeks. My vote is yes.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Payment of bills in the amount of $19,111,575.96 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, we do have an addendum, item 45.
Yes, Mr. President. It's already added to the agenda, but if you wish to take that item, it's fine.
Can you read it for the record?
Sure.
Let's take the item 45.
Next item on the agenda is item number 45 on the non-consent agenda. Resolution honoring Sonia L. Gordon on her retirement and dedication to the city of Paterson. This is sponsored by Council President Kalik. City Council Resolution 22690.
Second.
Madam Clerk, Councilman Velez would like to be a co-sponsor as well.
Also-
And also Councilman Mendez.
I think you should put
Every-
the
I think we should put the entire municipal
It
council.
should be the entire city council.
Yes.
See, I
should be
motivate
everybody,
positive.
Not just
right?
name.
I'm like, yes,
It should be everybody's name on there.
I agree with you, Councilman.
We
I
agree,
agree, we
Council.
agree, we agree. I just did it for a purpose, so everybody could say something.
Is it seconded by all council members?
Yes. Roll call.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 45 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes. Just to add to the agenda, Council
Correct,
colleagues.
correct.
No, we're voting on it.
No.
No, we could add it to the agenda and then vote.
Then we gotta vote.
It's already added to the agenda. It
already
didn't have-
added.
It don't have to
We're
be
just
voted
voting on
on. That's
Oh,
what
so I
said
would like to get my time back. Council only added to the agenda. So,
But he said addendum, that's why.
so this is bittersweet, Madam Clerk. I don't want to see you retire,
I know.
but you pulled me to the side and you said it's your time to rest and enjoy life. And dealing with this council, you deserve that. Believe me, and more than a resolution. So I'm going to urge my colleagues that we have to put something together for a celebration, that we celebrate. Madam Clerk, I haven't worked on any other clerk, right? I've been here for 4 years. Some other people on this council did work, but I'm going to miss you. I've already been talking to you that now you're going to be a private citizen of this city, and I like that the stuff you've been whispering to me after council meetings. I'll be looking forward to your feedback on future initiatives that impacts you and your family. So my vote is yes. Thank you.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to you, Madam Clerk Sonia Gordon, you've been here the whole time with me, with Jane William Warren. You have always done an outstanding job, and I remind these council members of the amount of work that comes out of the city clerk's office is unbelievable, of things that got to be put together, and you have to make sure everything is put together. You are going to be truly missed. I know I will miss you because I'm here with you every day just about, so, but I know that you want to enjoy your retirement, you want to enjoy your grandchildren. But let me just say, you have some backup that can finish doing your job, help finish running this office. You have some backup in that city clerk's office, and I just want to remind some council members here, there's some young ladies in there that can pick up where Sonia left off. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I definitely want to say, Madam Clerk, that seeing you leaving is going to be a sad moment. Throughout all the years of service, you have done an outstanding job in the city of Paterson and with this council. I remember I started in 2014 with Jane Williams Warren, and then with you, and you always been there fighting, working hard, supporting this council, each and every one of us. It doesn't matter the time, you're always available, you're always accessible to all of us. May God continue blessing you, and we're looking forward to see you enjoying your retirement. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Udine.
Since 1995, Madam Clerk, you are working for the city tirelessly, And you need a break, that's true, but I'll miss you a lot. This is my 5th month with you working on the city council. And one thing I can say that you never takes break. Many times I went to your office, you're taking lunch, at the same time serving the people. That's you are, and we like to see you with City of Paterson, with the city council always. Enjoy your retirement, but we'll see you in the city always.
Thank you.
My vote is definite yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez? I have to take the time off for Councilman Velez.
Yeah, it's listen,
I'm sorry. I'm kidding.
Ruby probably could understand what I'm saying because we visit our office during the day a lot. And we sit there, we take care of constituents, we go to the clerk office a lot. And, but besides being a councilman, you know, I have a relation with the city clerk office way before being a councilman. And with the wisdom and inspiring words that always, Madam Clerk, you always taught me. And believe it or not, when I'm sitting here, I just had to look to my left, and she goes like this.
Councilman.
That means
Velez.
calm down. That means don't say nothing. That means let it go. So you need to learn the signs of her bitch to understand that. Meanwhile, they're looking for what's going on, but she's my pacifier here, okay? But I know that those shoes are going to be hard to fill. And I know you have a great staff that always have your back, and I always had confidence in your office, and you know you're going to be missed. You still going to be residents of the 5th Ward. I know you got properties there in the 5th Ward. I know, hold on, they give it to Mendez now. But I'm still your councilman. I'm still your councilman, don't worry. But God bless you. God give you health and give you strength to carry on with your family and your vacations. And please visit the world. The world's waiting for you. Okay, so thank you for the service that you have given us. Not dealing with Abdulaziz, with me. God bless you. Thank you for your service. And I know all the councilmen that was before us also is going to say or share the same words that we have shared today. So let's have a nice retirement party, or let's put it together, councilmen. And I bet, yeah, let's invite Davis. Councilman Davis will go too. So God bless you. And it's hard to say yes. It's hard. But today I had to say yes. Tomorrow, you're going to be my advisor. Probably rehire you back. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Only clerk that I know since I've been elected is Madam Sonia Clark. Thank you for your leadership in that office. You will be truly missed. And enjoy your retirement. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 45 is hereby adopted.
Councilman, you want to say something?
Mr. President, if you will allow me
Sure.
a few minutes, and
Yes.
I wanted to do this before the public leaves. Everyone is here. First, I'll give honor to God for keeping me in this job for many years. It's not an easy position as a clerk or even as a regular clerk working in the city clerk's office and handling at least 10 staff members. But we are different people with different temperaments, but I was able to work along with everyone. So, for some reason I'm a little nervous, but still I'm happy, and I'll truly, truly miss all my friends that I have here and my coworkers. I make some notes here because I didn't want to forget anyone. So if everyone will just listen, and Council President will allow me a few minutes. Good evening, Honorable Council President Kalik, Council Vice President Mendez, and all council members, Madam BA, Corporation Counsel, Mr. CFO, and Mr. Dominic Stampone. I know he's not present, but I worked along with him, and Ben Seligman for a couple of years. Members of the public, both in the chambers and online, Councilman Davis. Please allow me a few minutes of your time to express my gratitude and appreciation for allowing me to serve as your municipal clerk. Tonight is my last time conducting the municipal council meeting as your clerk. I would be remiss if I depart these chambers without publicly thanking those who have cheered me along the municipal journey for the past 28 years. It is my hope that I will not forget any, but if I do, please accept my apology. Thank you, municipal council members, both current and past, for affording me the opportunity to serve as your municipal clerk for the last 8 years. Thank you to the mayor and those I have worked with within the past. I would like to say a special thank you to my deputy clerk, Jacqueline Murray. I think she's somewhere in the chambers. She's over there. Who's my right hand and my left hand. My secretaries, Twidasia Hilbert, Paola Ruiz, Joan Douglas, Phyllis Riley, Sophia Alexander. Sophia is sitting in the audience. And Jennifer Sajak, sitting right here. To my mailroom clerks, Andre Lewis and Mohammed Tausif. These are the two young men that works in the mailroom, which I'm responsible for. The cable crew, Mr. John Ming, Mr. Ming, Nancy Greer, who have ably supported me in executing my daily tasks. These are all the people that I work with in my office, in these various offices that help me to carry on my job. Thank you to all department and division heads. I'm not able to name everyone, but I work along with the department heads and division heads closely. And everyone and I truly work diligently, and we are friends. Although we are co-workers, we are great friends. My DPW employees with whom I have a special bond, my City Hall family, and to the residents of this beautiful city of Paterson. It is not an easy feat giving a farewell speech, but I will sum it up by saying that I will surely miss every one of you. My prayer is that you will continue to serve this beautiful city selflessly with a common goal to make it a better place for all of us to enjoy. Please treat each other with dignity and respect and work together as a team for the common good. As you go through this journey of life, if you can help someone along the way, please do so. My parting words to you, this is from a poem that I got, Everyone is Worthwhile, by Juliet Hebert. Life is for the go-getters, the ones who change the world, but never forget the few of us that work till the tides are hurled. We are not known across the globe or have a hefty pay. We may not even have a car, but we do our part each day. We make a contribution to the world and all who live. And although our jobs may not seem significant, we still work hard and smile and give. We are the people who serve you, the gas attendant, gardener, or cashier. We are also hidden behind the scenes, wishing that we could appear. We are often overlooked, not even given a smile. Next time you run a quick errand, remember, respect, and everyone is worthwhile. I love you all. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
No. They'll be fine. And I know all my staff cries, and I really feel sorry leaving them behind. Mr. Ming is with the cable, and when I have to give them the words, they cried. And Twidacia in my office, I know she would not be here because could not stand. It's tough. We have rough times in the clerk's office, and sometimes I'm very serious with my staff, but we do get along. And, I'm not a no-nonsense person. I don't play. And, we have to have the work done. People on the outside do not understand. It's a hard task, but, we do love each other, and we do get along. But everyone will be fine. After 6 months, I'll come back to visit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Council President. So first, Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
although I knew that this was somewhere imminent in the future, I was traveling last week. My son had some injuries. I had to travel to New Mexico. So this was unexpected. I have nothing prepared, but I definitely would be remiss if I don't have a moment just to express my greatest gratitude. A few years ago, when Ms. Warren was set to retire, I know that many of us probably felt that it would be an impossible feat to fill the shoes of Ms. Warren. She did such a phenomenal job and left such a great example. And you have carried the torch and been such a great beacon of light and have done it so graciously with class, professionalism, and a level to raise the level of expectations here for all people in this community. You've been unwavering when necessary. You've been fair across the board, and it's reflected in the work that your entire staff does. I'm sad to see you go. Many of us are, I'm sure, because at this point, that same unsurety that we felt when Ms. Warren left, I know is being felt now. But I just wanted to thank you. I try my best. Many people, and you do such a phenomenal job with doing the work for the people. You work for the council, which is a very difficult group to work for. You work for the administration. And even at times when the work that you do lacks the appreciation, or is not shown the appreciation that's necessary, you still continue to do it with such grace and such class. I'm thankful for that. So I always make sure that I keep note, and I hope that I've done a good job with making sure that it's not you that works for me, as I often try to make sure that I did as much as possible for you and your office to make sure that I always make things easy for you. So I'm thankful to have gotten to know you in this fashion. I'm thankful to have watched your example and the example that you've set for all of our young people and those people who work underneath you. You have been such an amazing example, and I'm appreciative of you. I appreciate you, Madam Clerk. I thank you very much, and I truly love you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Greatly
Councilman
appreciate it.
Jackson. Since all the council members spoke already, Administration Corporation Council, would you like to say a couple of words?
Yes, thank you, Council President. I'll be brief because so much has been said already. As we all know, our clerk has been amazing. She set a high bar, and the hallmarks of her profession are professionalism, respect, and good humor. So it's been a pleasure working with our city clerk. I'm going to miss you. I miss you already. And I hope this is not goodbye, but see you soon. Thank you for all you have done for this city.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Council President. Madam Clerk, it has been a real joy working with you, and I appreciate just how, as so many have said, how professional you are, but even just how light you are in the spirit that you provide to all those around you. One of my favorite things is calling you at any time of day and hearing that pause in your voice, "Hi, Madam BA," and then knowing that you're looking at the clock to say good morning or good afternoon, depending on what it is. So you always greet everyone the same way. So thank you for all your work, your hard work, but just thank you for who you are.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam BA. Mr. CFO?
Madam Clerk, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you. I don't know that I can add anything else that anybody hasn't said.
Right.
Absolute pleasure working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, we are here to do some city business.
I know.
So let's do some city business. I see some audience in the public that they're here for some second reading ordinances. Let's do the second reading ordinances now, Madam Clerk.
Yes, would you like to begin at number 1? Okay. Next item on the agenda is the second reading ordinances. Item number 1, public hearing is required. An ordinance supplementing Chapter 448 of the Code of the City of Paterson to regulate direct disbursing from gas stations and storage at storage facilities for all-terrain vehicles, dirt bikes, and snowmobiles, sponsored by Councilman Velez and Councilman Mendez. City Council Ordinance 2207.
So
So
moved.
move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Now public hearing is open.
See none, move to close.
Second.
Move to close by Councilman Abdulaziz, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call to close the public hearing, Madam Clerk, on item number 1.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the public hearing, item number 1. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson, Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. The public hearing is now closed for item number 1.
Roll call on item number 1, Madam Clerk.
Yes,
Second
Mr.
reading.
President. Roll call on item number 1 for second reading. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This ordinance that second reading that we're doing, I just got a few texts, a few pictures, as a matter of fact.
Me too.
About the dirt bikes getting gas, but with this ordinance now that we're passing, I just text people back that we did not pass it yet, that we're working on it now, and we're passing it now, about them be able to get gasoline and trying to get a handle on the dirt bikes and all that. So this is all in the resolution that we're voting on tonight. So, Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is another step on the right direction. First, we introduce and approve the law to take those illegal bikes off the street. And now, with this new legislation, we're planning to stop in gas station for serving those illegal dirt bike and ATV that we have in the city to make the job of the police department a little bit more easy. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
First of all, thank you to the council members, sponsoring council members to bring in this. This is the second one, addition to the first one. First one, we approved that in the city, nobody can drive the all-terrain vehicles, which is ATV or dirt bikes or these type of vehicles. And this is the second one, addition to the first one, that they cannot purchase gas from our gas stations. And my vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to request, as soon as this past 25 days, I believe it is from now, every gas station receive a copy of this ordinance in detail, was 448-7 and 448-8 to every storage facility in our city. It's good to do ordinance, it's good to amend them, but if we don't send this ordinance a copy to their mail, for they could be aware of the restriction, it'll make no good. So it's good to send it to to all gas stations and also to the storage facility and also to the police department. My vote is yes.
Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
the vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 1 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Item
Next-
number 2.
Yes, next item is item number 2 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance amending the municipal code of the city of Paterson, chapter 483, zoning and land development, to create an overlay zone known as the Lafayette Street High Density Overlay District, applied to Block 3019, lots 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, 8, 9, and 10. Economic Development Ordinance 22073.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to speak, please do so. Mr. Freeman?
Put the microphone to you. Thank you.
I didn't get a chance to review this whole thing right here, but it seems to me the restructuring of this district over here by Rosa Parks
That's the second.
in Lafayette,
The mayor can sign.
I would like the Fourth Ward Council and the rest of the council, whoever was on this committee, and the council at large, to explain to me, what does this mean? Hopefully by the end of the meeting, I'll know exactly what it means. But when I see this map right here, I know it's Florio and others. When we talk about development, I got no problem against Florio or any other development. But what I have a problem with is politicians just going along with things, and what is the kickback? And if you know me, I'm going to find out. Okay? Even if I have to go to these developers that I used to work for to find out what this is about. What I object to is that none of us, my aunt says that, our black people, are not involved with the redevelopment process. We have all these politicians in this room, we have all these people here, but I think I know one black development group in this town, and it's a closed-knit group. But I don't see the rest of anybody else putting their money where their mouth is, okay? And that's what I'm going to do, all right? Which is why, thank God, I've been working for developers the past 10 years, and the biggest one in this town. And if I gotta ask him straight up what the hell is going on, he's gonna tell me. I want you guys to tell me what's going on here, and if you don't give me an appropriate answer, I'm either gonna blast you on public portion, or blast you in the hallway, or worse, blast you in public, all right? I wanna know what this means. When we start with the Fourth Ward Council, that can explain to me what the hell's going on. And if anybody wants to give me a dirty look or have a problem with me, that's your problem.
Council President.
Yes, can I have a motion to close the public?
Move to close.
Second.
Move to close the public hearing, moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call to close the public hearing, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President, before I do the roll call to close the public hearing, just for the record, everyone who was within this 200 feet
Yeah.
of this property was notified, was sent regular mail and certified mailed to inform them of the public hearing and the adoption of this ordinance for tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, roll call to close the public hearing and item number 2, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Once we finish the roll call, I'm going to ask for Michael Dorch to come up after we finish closing the public portion before we go into the discussion. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Udine. Yes. Councilman Velez.
Before I vote to close the public portion, this ordinance is saved by title, an ordinance amending the municipal code of the city of Paterson, chapter 483, zoning and land redevelopment to create an overlay zone known as the Lafayette Street High Density Overlay District, and it names the lot. Mr. Michael Dorch will explain what this means, but there's no developer name in this project, or in this Or whoever it could be, Mr. Freeman.
We,
Anybody could be.
Councilman Velez, we're closing the
Hold on.
public hearing.
Correct.
Councilman Velez, we
It
will
could be a
closing
name,
the public
it
hearing.
could be no name. This is the
Thank you.
ordinance amended. So my vote is yes.
Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
the vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. The public hearing is now closed for item number 2.
Before we call the roll, discussion,
Yes, Council President.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Council President. I just would like for Michael Dorsch to come up with about the overlay, and it's between the railroad track and Rosa Parks and Franklin Street.
Yes, for the also,
Behind there. There's no developer name on this overlay. There's no developer name on this overlay that was being insinuated. That what happens is, once the overlay is approved, then that's when they will come in to see what could actually go there. Right now, it's a gas station, a laundromat, a car wash,
Industrial.
and, yeah, that site there. So, Mr. Deutsch, please.
one second, Mr. Deutsch, Councilwoman and council member, also the audience. On the workshop, we did have an extensive discussion on this item, and it was moved from the first reading to now in the second reading. And we had another planner
Yes,
in the
as you recall,
workshop.
John Barry from the firm Hire and Gruel prepared the overlay ordinance. This evening, another associate of Mr.
Okay.
Barry's is here, Elena Gable, has come up from Red Bank to answer any questions that you may have on the ordinance.
Oh, that's,
Yes.
Sure. So, hi, everybody. My name is Elena Gable from Hire Grown Associates. I'm a professional planner in the state of New Jersey. My office did prepare this overlay ordinance called the Lafayette Street Overlay District. The overlay permits residential, commercial, and mixed-use development on a portion of Block 3019. The overlay, the underlining zoning will remain, and the overlay will be considered an option to help as an optional development with the different development regulations. Currently, the site is a mix of existing non-conforming uses located in the R2 district, and there's also a portion of the industrial district also located within this overlay district. I can answer any additional questions you may have.
Council President.
Let Councilwoman Cotton finish, then
Oh, okay.
Councilman Velez. Yes, Councilwoman.
okay, you say you're from Hewlett Gruber?
Hire Gruel and
Hire
Associates.
Gruber. And so, with the overlay of changing, there's like 4 different commercial items there now that's in that spot there. I know that, I'm not quite sure, but there's a laundromat, a commercial laundry service that's also there, which I'm not quite sure, but once the overlay is, once the overlay is done, no matter what, they still gotta come back.
Correct.
They still gotta come back to tell what they would like to put there.
Correct.
No matter what I personally was trying to get Amazon over here, but, we don't have property big enough to have Amazon. We don't have property big enough to look for, that can employ 500 people. So no matter what happens with this overlay is still gotta come back. Whoever wants to do a project, or sometimes, you have to go out and look for somebody to come in to do a project, for land or vacancy or something like that. So I just want the public to know that no matter what, they still gotta come back to whoever companies wants to come in, whoever wants to do some type of project, they'll tell you what type of project they wanna do, but they still have to come back. And I just wanna make that clear, that they still have to come back, I mean,
Yes.
I don't know how long, that spot now, the gas station just closed maybe 6 months ago. I'm not quite sure if the laundromat, Yeah, I wish, yeah, but it can stay like that for another 20 years. But it still should be developed, but it can stay vacant, until, no, let some developers or whoever, no matter what, they gotta come back. No matter what, they gotta come back into here to say what they would like to see. And then, I'm not quite sure if it's a planning board or zoning board that they come back to, but it's still gotta come back to the city. And the people that are within the 200 yards will also get notice of what they want to come there. So I need to put that out there. Thank you, Councilman Velez.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you
Madam,
have any question, Councilman Velez?
yes, ma'am. So you are the party that did the study for the overlay, correct?
Correct. My office prepared the ordinance.
On your study, do you agree that this abandoned property will never exist moving forward, right?
Correct. So existing, such as the commercial laundry facility, that's an existing non-conforming use within the R2 district. And so with this overlay zone, it's trying to allow for additional opportunities to redevelop the site by allowing, residential, commercial, and also mixed-use development here.
So in your opinion, doing this overlay will prevent that or move this property and move the status to abandoned to occupant and to not have a abandoned lot, in other words, correct?
Correct. I also wanted to point out that this overlay is compatible with the adjacent redevelopment area located just to the south of Lafayette Street as well.
Have you done this overlay in other cities? Study?
We have prepared other zoning ordinances in other municipalities throughout New
Correct.
Jersey.
Correct. Have you seen improvement of quality of life after you do this overlay?
Provided, there's an application that's submitted to the planning board and it goes through the whole site plan approval process. Generally, yes, a lot of times allowing for new uses or different uses or what have you can help stimulate some economic development activities.
So basically what we're doing is in the past we have done it with the redevelopment zone, changing medium height to medium to high density to be able to do better development in the city of Paterson. And that goes across the board.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Council President.
Madam Clerk, roll call on item number 2.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 2 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As I said before, this is to see who we can get to come in there, and if someone is interested, to see or it'll stay like that for another 20 years. It's been broken down, the area needs to be changed, it needs to be uplifted, so with that being said, we gotta do the overlay just to see what we can get in there. They're gonna come back again to show us what they would like to see put in there. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Pass.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. On this legislation, on this piece of property, this is a large piece of property in Lafayette with Franklin Street. We have a Rosa Park Boulevard, Franklin Street. That whole section, so we have 9 lots there. All I see now is a gas station that closed a while ago, close to a year. A dilapidated building right next to. We're not voting on the project, but I'm looking forward to see what's gonna come on that area. That area is in need of a redevelopment, something that really go along with the community. And that's the reason why I'm supporting this first step. So my vote is yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Udine.
Yeah, so if you drive by there, you will see this area is in need of development. Again, we are not approving any development. I wanted to not present on the council meetings. I wanted to attend the planning board meetings, zoning board meetings, where you are going to they approve so many projects. So I want to make your voice heard. If you see something which is you think is not going to impact the community in a negative way. So I encourage you to do that. Here's what we are doing is we're just approving the layout, and what my And, if we can come up with the project that helps the community, helps the city, that's my projection. And with that projection, my vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
When we look at the Hoboken, Jersey City, Newark, all the way around Paterson, go the other side of the river, Garfield, Elmo Park, redevelopment zone. That's why they have improved the area, redevelopment zone. This proposal will take this property that is abandoned, this area that is an eyesore for anyone that goes through there, okay, and turn it around for better for the residents and the quality of life in the area. So I don't see nothing wrong, okay, on this, in this. So, some people will probably want to stay in 30 years ago in Paterson, seeing abandoned properties and abandoned lots, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not for that. I'm for seeing the redevelopment of the city of Paterson and welcome anyone that want to invest in our city. We are welcome investor city. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is very frustrating. In fact, I was trying my best just to mind my business today, man. But I can't help it. We welcome anybody to come do whatever they want. No other city does that happen. You go to certain towns and they have criteria. They have margins. They don't allow you to step outside the margins. I heard all of this I'm hearing tonight before. They have to come back. Yet, I watched a press conference where a contract was signed with the Jackals to give away 190 days of field time taken away from our children. That, by the way, we're building this for our children. The $120 million that they're spending over there, I drove by there today. I took nice video. I'm going to post it up. Nobody from Paterson working. We're going to create jobs for Paterson. They got to come back. They still haven't come back. This is not for someone to come back. This is a provision that takes away the process that forces whoever would like to do a project to go before the planning board to be vetted to see if a project is suitable for your neighborhood. This circumvents that. This allows the developer to come in under other pretenses where the margins are set much narrower and the bar is set much lower. I don't know what project is going here. Frankly, I don't care. Like, you could ride around the entire city. You will be challenged to find open and available lots to do development. But I can go to cities like Lodi, which is far smaller, and the projects that they're putting up are much more grand because their expectations are higher. Their elected officials, they don't make statements like, we welcome anybody to do whatever they want to do. They don't have people who challenge certain projects, but then don't challenge others. Quietly, just a quick yes vote, keep it moving. This city is being crapped on by the people that you got. And guess what? Yesterday you had, 2 days ago, you had another opportunity to get at it again, to put people in place that really can't. You keep voting down the same line like idiot, like fools, being taken advantage of. This right here is the example of why we are where we are. People who don't live here, who come here and tell you this is phenomenal for you, they don't have to live in it. Their kids aren't shorted on classroom sizes. Their kids don't go to school in classrooms that have 42 children in them. Their teachers aren't underpaid, striking before school is happening. Their taxes aren't at the highest levels. Their streets aren't dirty. Their children and their family members don't have the potential of being shot every single goddamn night in the city. But we sit here and play the game, go down the line, and tell the community how phenomenal and fabulous these things are. This is absolutely asinine. This is crazy. Congratulations, Ms. Freeman. I can't wait. I can't wait to hear another voice of reason.
I ain't pulling no punches.
Man, this is ridiculous. Look, it's pointless. Like, I sit here, we can just continue to go point after point. The trailer park, we're going to beautify the first ward. I've been asking for this council president right here, the chair of finance, where are the financials for the stadium? The council's job is to be the fiscal monitors of the city, to make sure we monitor spending, make sure we monitor what's been promised to us. We have yet to do our jobs. We're sitting here praising people for Thanksgiving is around the corner. Listen, free turkeys for everybody. It's all good. Haircuts. I'm gonna do my Mike Jackson cuts for kids event again. We're gonna, free haircuts for everybody, because that's just what we're doing here. Madam Clerk, I abstain.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Everybody agree that it is an eyesore. Somebody should drive by and take a look at it. We're not approving anything here. We're not approving a building or a supermarket or anything. We are approving to get that area redeveloped. And they have to go in front of the board, planning board, to get approved for a supermarket or whatever they want to put out there. Their board has to approve it. Yes, definitely. I'm speaking, Councilman. And yes, and abstain is a yes vote. And I don't abstain on any vote. Yes or no, and my vote is for this item is definitely yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Madam Clerk?
I have to announce the vote first, sir. The vote is 6 in favor, 1 abstain, 2 absent. Item number 2 is hereby adopted on second reading. Next item is item number 3 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance approving 1-year extension of tax abatement for the property known as Brook Sloat Terrace Cooperative Association, Inc., Finance Ordinance 22074.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez.
Public hearing.
Public hearing is open on item number 3 now.
See no, move to close.
Second.
See no one, move to close by Councilman Abdulaziz, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 3, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the public hearing. Item number 3, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
You sure nobody from the public wants to speak on item number 3? No? Yes, it is.
We started the roll call already,
Yeah, but I
Madam
just
Clerk.
can't believe that nobody
Public
wanted
portion is
to.
not closed.
I
Yeah.
didn't
Doesn't
believe
close
that
until the
nobody
last
wanted to
minute.
Madam
speak on Brook Slope.
Yeah, we didn't close it yet,
Yeah.
sir, so.
Okay.
but
Mr.
the
Gilmore.
The president did said.
Sad, his indictment to rush the public portion through, to not allow someone to not, well, we already closed it.
Councilman, you gotta ask for the floor
You
to
need to have a
speak,
clown suit on, man.
but watch your mouth.
What you gonna do?
Well, I'm not gonna do anything, but.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Council
Point of
President.
order, point of
There
order,
gotta be some kind of quorum in here.
point of
There gotta
order.
be some kind of quorum in here.
All
Okay?
right. Hit it hard.
Okay? I'm not a punk.
Council President. Council President.
Yes, Councilman.
Just
Nah,
stay
I'm
focused.
not.
Council
You trying to
President.
intimidate me.
Council President.
Yes,
Council
Councilman
President.
Abdulaziz.
Let's let the public speak. Just don't
Please.
be caught up on.
Dave.
Mr. Gilmore,
Swing it at me, see what happens.
Nothing's gonna happen, man.
is there a threat? Are you threatening me? Are you threatening me?
Council President.
I'm not gonna swing at it. I'm not gonna swing. I'm not a kid. I'm not a kid. I'm an adult here.
David
So you
Gilmore,
act like an adult.
please.
You act like an adult. You act like an adult.
I know.
Go ahead, Mr. Gilmore.
Man, listen, please.
This is the governing body acting like this.
Well, Councilman,
Mr. Dave.
Always trying to muffle.
Mic is open for you, Mr. Dave.
Yeah, you guys let that president disrespect Mike Jackson and nobody said.
He won't disrespect me, trust me. He
Council
doesn't have
President,
enough.
Council
in him.
President.
Mr. Dave,
Can
mic
you
is open.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Dave.
I just want to let y'all finish before I start.
Okay.
Don't want to interrupt you. In the absence of others coming up to speak, I stood to speak because I think I've been a very observant participant of the Brook Slope process. I'm familiar with the co-op and the opportunity for people, the majority of which are minority, to own and or to participate in investing in their own future in this, I forgot how many acres it is, of housing.
I think it's 26 acres.
26 glorious acres waiting for somebody to falter, to pounce on, and take it from those people that are up there. That's what's going on. That's exactly what's going on. So at the end of the day, I've witnessed on numerous occasions other people that have come here and got all kind of abatements and tax relief and this and that, whatever, over the years to increase the profit margin. That's what they do. And then they come in at the last year, the sunset of the abatement, to come and say, oh, we need more money, or we need another set of pilot in order to do repairs. But what happened to all the years that you had it before then? So I look at this particular project, which is not a developer or investors, but the money is reinvested into the property to maintain its affordability. That's what it's about. Now, I have not done any particular studies on it or whatever. This is what I observe from sitting here, watching what's going on. I pay attention. I don't know about everybody else, but I understand what's being said in the English language is my first language. I understand what is being said and can regurgitate what's been said to me. Brook Slope needs assistance in order for them to be successful in the application. These are not professional financial people, you know what I'm saying? But you have assigned other professionals for other projects to help them along the way. But when it's Brook Slope, you didn't meet the requirements. You don't have the data. You don't have the information. Well, what are we here for if we're not here to help people? Why aren't people assigned to help? You see what I'm saying? Because I believe the objective is, just like you're looking at Lafayette Street, one of the last vestiges of open land in the city, you're looking to get Brook Slope. And take that from those people that were up there invested in all these years in terms of their affordable housing. You can disguise it, you can couch it, you can say, no, we're not, whatever the case may be, but you can't fool all of the people all of the time. Some of them you can, but not all of them, and I'm one of them you can't fool. I'm looking at it and I'm telling you, that's what the objective is. So they were given an extension. They were given a 1-year extension to be able to come back and represent. But I'm telling you, I'm telling you, as sure as I'm standing here, I predict without any intervention or help or assistance, technical assistance, of which there are funds available for technical assistance to give them, that it will wind up on the auction block, people evicted, put out, and vacated for new development, so we can increase the profit margins for these other people that are stealing these people's property.
Point well taken. Thank you, Mr. Dave. Any other speaker on this item number 3 for Brook Slope?
Not even, no people live there. No people. I want to hear
Thank you, Dave, for paying attention. I wasn't going to address this. Last meeting I came to, this came up. I remember my aunt, I was like 6 or 7 years old, living in Brook Slope. I was living in Fifth Ave, and I thought Brook Slope was great. You know, black people and Spanish people, low housing Indian people have a decent place to live, coming from the 4th Ward, Governor Street, and Govan Ave. Exactly. I know people that live there now. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I'm reiterating, since people want to use that word, about the developers and everything else there. I don't care if you give me a dirty look or not. I'm reiterating what is going on in this town, and I said this 15 years ago about Paterson being a gold mine for anybody who has some money to come in. I try to convince some of my brethren to put our money together to buy property. What the mayor do? Joey, he was a friend of mine, but hey, he went in jail. When they start doing the overthink program and everything.
Wrap it up, Mr.
I'm
Freeman.
wrapping up. I got time, man. And I don't want to mention other people who are also in this real estate thing either.
Sure.
I can mention names. Okay? So don't rush me.
I'm not rushing you,
All
Mr.
right,
Freeman.
good.
I got bully portions coming. I know a lot of people want to speak.
Because you got that bar on Park Ave for $40,000, Charlie Bar. I know that guy doing that. You got it for $40,000, Alex. I know other shit too. Let me reiterate some more. Alex, I know what has been done. People hire me to find out shit. All right? Now, this Brook Soap thing, I'm going to find out about that because I ain't got nothing but time now. I don't work for nobody. Okay? I got all the time in the world to start investigating anything that you guys are supposed to be doing in the fourth ward. I lived in the fourth ward my whole life. You got to do a better job. Got to do a better job. Now, with this Brook Soap thing, Dave is absolutely correct. That's the last big piece of land. You got Fifth Ave, right? And that developer didn't want to pay me to help him do that, but that's all well and fine. I got other developers. I got Arab friends. I got people, I told Rui, she don't believe me, but Robert Kraft, Michael Bloomberg. These are the people I know personally. Nobody asked me to help them. Now, with the Brook Soap thing, what you're doing to them is criminal. I think what you call him, he's the ward for that person, right? And the council people, I don't know why anybody ain't here, but guess what? Somebody's gonna tell me personally what is going on in Brook Soap. I drive a community cab. I drive people to Brook Soap all the time. I'm gonna find out what's going on. Not only am I gonna find out the back stuff, the money, the developers, and any other dealings that's going on, okay? I'm gonna find out, and I come back to the next meeting, heads are gonna roll, all right? You guys are not getting away with bullshit no more. The day is done.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Any other speaker before we close our public portion on item number 3? I think Ms. Wahida was on the way, but
Who?
Ms. Wahida Mohammed, she's on the...
Oh.
All right.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
I'm Wanda Ball,
How are you?
a shareholder for Brook Slope. I wasn't at the last meeting, but I did observe what was going on. I've been living there, as well as my co-residents, and all of us that have been living there, have grew there, have bricks there as well. I see here that a notice was given from the council asking or requesting to extend this one-year extension of this pilot shall allow the association to submit a supplemental application to the council seeking a long-term for the pilot. So my question is, seeking this one-year term, we have to come back before the board as well to supply whatever information that you guys are requiring. In addition, when does this one-year term start? In addition, requesting for an additional 15 years, as I've heard, others have applied for 60, 90, so on and so forth, that what we're going through, and I'm gonna say this, sitting on the board as well, yes, some of us may be misinformed, some of us must be enlightened as far as the process and the procedure of what's going on. And hearing Mr. David state here that you guys should have given the association some kind of assistance and guidance where those members that sat before us, and I want to make it known, I work for the Housing Authority as well. I do research, okay? And this pilot and this conversion that was going on, some of you may be aware of it, some of us are not. But if we do research and we read what's happening here and what should be going on up there, as the council, we all should be held accountable that if something wasn't being done, we should have been the guide to help us get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Last person, Ms. Wahida.
Guy's name, good evening.
Good evening.
I just wanted to say, you know, it pains me. It pains me because I know that we know. And when we sit here and look like it's just another incident happening in Paterson, that's not what it is. This is planned by design to take those people that have worked all their life to own something, to say, I have something that I can pass on to my grandchildren and their children. And now you're going to take that away from them. And all of you are going to hold a piece of that blame. Because all of you are responsible. And you can sit there all you want and say it's about the whole city. It was never about the whole city when we were passing out these big so-called increases or raises or whatever you want to call them.
Ranges.
There was no concern about the ranges then. But what's ranging here is the fact that you're trying to destroy a whole community. And we're sitting back as if it's okay. But I'm saying to Paterson tonight, this better not be okay with us. It better not. Because what does the saying goes? When they came for them, I said nothing. Now they're coming for me.
Come for me.
We better come on, people, and realize what's happening here. I was well rested, trying to get over an infection, laying on my sofa saying, Lord, I just pray that this is not Sonia's last night, because I'm not going to go to the council meeting tonight. But when she opened up the meeting saying this was her last meeting, I said, Lord, whatever it takes for me to muster up enough energy to go to that meeting before she leaves, and then to get here and get hit with this boulder. I tell you, Allah is able. And I'm hearing this song in my head that the lady said, I don't know when, and I don't know how. But what I do know, God is going to fix this. And you're all going to be ready. You better be ready to take your place at the blame table, because the blame game is getting ready to happen. And I'm going to tell you right now, we see and we understand. So I just want to thank you for the opportunity to say something. But if it means nothing to you, then do what you're going to do. But what I do know is you do what you do. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wahida. So we're going to finish the closing of the so we have a last. Please come to the mic.
Yeah, the attorney is here.
We don't want to leave nobody behind. We want everybody to express, your concern in this matter. If there's any other person, please stand up behind this gentleman, because we're about to close the public portion on this item. Go ahead.
No, I'll be quick. I'm from the attorney's office. I just want to emphasize what we're asking for.
Pull the podium up.
I'm sorry?
The podium. The podium. Pick it up. Yeah.
Both hands.
Put it up. More. You're tall. I don't want.
All right, is that good?
Go ahead.
All right, I'm from the attorney's office. I just want to emphasize what we're asking for here is a 1-year extension for us to get our documentation and financials in line. As many of the residents here attested, this involves people's livelihood, people's houses, housing. It's a serious issue, and what we're asking for is a 1-year extension. We're not asking for 30, 40 years, just 1 year so we can get our financials and all our documentation in line, and so the council can make a more informed decision on a long-term plan for the association going forward.
I appreciate that you came into the mic because legislation number 3, that's what we have, and that's what we are about to vote on, to make sure that the Bruce Love entity get enough time to put all the document together. And in closing, let me just say this. I've reviewed the document. I'm only one vote in this council. I reviewed the document. When I checked the projection of the renovation of all the buildings, the number was from 2018. Construction changed drastically from 2018 to now. So there was a lot of things to be changed on those documents. If you don't get this 1-year extension, you will be in deep trouble. So what we have and what we are about to vote is a 1 more year tax abatement. That way you will have enough time, no rushing. You will be able to put all the document together and present it again. And God willing, I'm gonna stay here and I'll be supporting Bruce Love all the way. Bruce Love is a hard-working community and we are here to support her. There's been a lot of misinformation out there, but we all here we just want to make sure that you stay in your property, that you get the renovation that you deserve, because a lot of those units, they need to be renovated. I've been in a lot of those units. So, Councilman, Councilman, allow me to close. Let me close the public portion, and let's make it come in through the vote. Thank you.
No, I need his name. He never said his name. The law firm, you never said it.
I'm Chris Legara from the Attorney's Office from Cotolo Barrows.
Oh, what's the name of the law firm?
Cotolo Barrows.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, let's close the public portion.
Yes, sir.
There's something that we cannot do after he closed the public portion.
Go ahead, Councilman.
So just to the audience here and those that view out there in Brooksville, so you are the attorney that represent Brooksville, correct?
Correct.
So you have your meetings with the stakeholders, the board, and everybody, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You had meetings with the stakeholders and the board and et cetera, right?
From the office where it's general counsel.
All of it, right? So they aware that you represent them and they know what are you guys asking for.
They hired him.
That's what I'm saying.
Correct.
Yeah.
But what I asked this question because it's good that he's up here clarifying all the facts that I was saying that, that we
Thank you.
do this.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Madam Clerk, let's continue to...
Yes, Mr. President. There was a motion by Councilman Abdelaziz and Councilman Mendez to close the public hearing.
Yes.
To close the public hearing. Item number 3, Councilman Abdelaziz voted yes. Councilman Cotton voted yes. Next vote is Councilman Jackson to close the public hearing.
I never voted, Madam Clerk,
Oh, you didn't vote?
because I the one who said
Okay.
nobody from the public was speaking.
So you would be you would be the next person to vote on the public
Yes,
hearing.
Madam Clerk.
To close the public hearing. Yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Ms. Muhammad, I'm glad you mustered up enough energy to come forward. This is very important. Just for a point of clarity, this is not a win. This is not a win for the organization. So the way financing works, right? You secure all the things that you need for financing, then you go out to a financial institution, you say, listen, I have this is my credit rating, this is my level of income, I should qualify for this amount of money over this period of time. What this council, through the administration, is demanding or putting in place for Brooksville to do, go out and ask for funding. Then come back and we'll decide if we're going to give you a pilot extension. See, the funding will be more clear or more easier to obtain once you have in place the pilot. We've given pilots for 60 years at 6.7%. All of you saw I did a presentation there that the council president refused to televise. We televise heritage celebrations and all kinds of festivities. We bring in staff to come televise these items, but we won't televise a critical vote like this where 242 families are being impacted. Why? Because it's not in certain areas of the city. Certain people are not being impacted. So everyone now says, well, I got to see the numbers. Did anybody hear anyone question the numbers on item number 1 and 2, the 2 that we just passed? They weren't concerned about the numbers and the return because remember, large-scale developments, they automatically get the 20-year abatement. That's automatic. You didn't hear one person talk about the numbers. But when it comes to servicing the residents, see, this is not a developer that can provide financial contributions to your campaign, your 501c4, or those types of things. This is residents that directly are impacted, right? That there's no vouchers being given from HUD. There's no project-based vouchers that's paying $2,200, $2,600 a month in rental assistance. This is just the benefit being directly passed on to the residents. You would think that everybody in this council would be happy. If any one of them tell, I support you, I'm with, tell them, show me in your support for what we're doing here. Because you're absolutely right. And Councilman Davis is excellent observation there, because the administration 2 years ago, this entity came before the administration saying, hey, our pilot is going to retire soon. We would love to get some assistance. They try to set up meetings. Emails are being passed. You know what they told them, Councilman? Go see your councilman. So I took the task personally. I had no problem. I did the research, put the numbers together, put together a presentation. Council President failed or refused. I asked him as nicely as possible, even pretty much begged him, Council President, this is very important. I sent an email, forwarded to, I'll make that email public, which I already posted it on my page. Please, this is important information that the public should be entitled to. Air it. I had to bring my own camera crew here to air it live on my Facebook page because they want things like that to go in the dark. Now you have them talking about how we're doing you a great service. No, what they're doing is hoping that you fail and fall on your face so 26 more acres can become available so they can go and negotiate it off and have other people who don't live in this community make a decision on what it should be. So, listen, I'm not going to be here to sugarcoat anything. I'm here to be truthful. I'm often accused of being untruthful, only 25% of the truth. So I say, well, show me the Carfax. Show me the money. Tell me where I'm wrong at. They cannot. They go in the back room. Now, on this exit, they do these types of things. Is that a threat? The gesture to slam the gavel next to me, is that not, that's like me doing like this. So that's an automatic threat. I clearly said, hit me with it and see what happens. That's no threat. Just the lack of professionalism to do that because I'm calling you out on facts and truth. That should be concerning. So here we are again, failing our community, allowing for people outside of this community to make critical decisions that impact our lives while council members sit here quietly, rushing you along. When we go through public hearings, there is no time frame on it. Can you please wrap it up? They're not even listening to what you're saying. Seeing move the clock. They don't even want you to come to the microphone and be vocal. They'd rather this happen in the dark. If we could have every council meeting via Zoom or where they could kick you out by hitting the button, they would do that. Wake up, people. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Councilman Udine?
So we are closing the public session, right?
The public hearing.
My vote is
It's
yes.
a public hearing.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk, roll call on item number 3.
Yes. The vote is 5 in favor, 1 against, 3 absent. The public hearing is now closed for item number 3. Roll call on item number 3 for second reading. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item now that we're voting on is to extend the 1 year. Last meeting, I think it was last month, they finally had a firm to come in, and the lawyer sitting back there, he should know that they have a firm that came in or going to be coming in to help put the package together that you need to present. I just want to say from the get-go, Councilwoman McCott was with Brook Slope from the get-go. I'm saying to you now, if we don't go with this 1 year, it's nothing. It's nothing. Hopefully, and I know when it comes back, that's actually what you're going to see, who's with Brook Slope. But once, and I can understand some of the board members have gone that was there 15 years ago, 30 years ago. They're not there no more. You have the new people sitting on the board. The law firm that you hire, if he had any experience with pilots or have he dealt with pilots, I'm not quite sure. But I'm saying to you, this is to extend that 1 year, or it was going to be nothing, because the votes wasn't up here. And then you'll see how the vote go. You know, once you sit here and you'll see, but we need to make sure, and the legal team sit back there, you got to make sure that the firm that was hired to help you, not hired, but be part of your, working in your presentation or working with your pilot, that you got to make sure that you get everything that you need to get. And you got to, you know what, you need to make sure that all your board members knows what's going on too. Because sometimes people sit on boards and everybody don't get the email, everybody don't get all the information, everybody don't know what's going on. You got to make sure every board member, if it's 10, if it's 15, that everything that is sent out, every board member should be on that email. Every board member should be on that email. And that's what it should have been from the beginning. So this is to help extend that year, to make sure that when you do come back, and with the legal team that the Brook Slope units have there, that they make sure that they get what they know. But I can say, I was with Brook Slope from the start. And I just want to say, to make sure board members, everybody should be on that email, no matter what it is, everybody should be getting that email from the attorney, from the city, from everybody. Madam Clerk,
Yes,
with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson? This is for second reading.
Pass.
Councilman Udine?
Hi, thank you, Madam Clerk. My Brooks Flemmy and the residents, those who are living in Brooks Road, and everyone living in the city of Paterson, if it were possible to make all the homeowners free from taxation, I'd go for it. But this is something unrealistic to do so. When you're talking about the Brooks Road, the first day when Councilman Jackson presented here, I said it. I said, I'm not just councilman for any particular ward, but for the entire city of Paterson. And Brooks Road, I do support that. However, I have to have the number that says that this, they need the extension. That's all I said on the first day. And if all the paperwork are there, definitely I'll go for it. If I take you back to the workshop session, so many questions were addressed to the board and to the attorneys. So many answers came back saying that, oh, we don't know this, we're not ready for this. Last question I asked that, do you want to move forward with whatever paperwork you have, or you need some time to put yourself together? That was my last question to the Brooks Road. So the answer was, next morning by 11 o'clock, we're going to send an email to confirm you whether we need some time to put ourselves together, or whatever we have, we're going to move forward with this. That was the answer in the workshop session. Next day, we found out that they are looking for the extension, and we came up with this extension. I'm for it. I believe that with that time period, you can come up with all the paperwork that can give us enough idea that what should be our stand. Again, I do support Brooks Road. However, you just know this, the extension, that no one can ignore that. It impacts the homeowners some way. But one thing I said, I have to see few things. Whether this, if the Brooks Road go to full taxation, is it going to hamper the owners, co-op owners, in certain way that can, make their life harder? That's what I said. I have to take a look at this.
Please wrap it up, Councilman.
So, again, I don't know what I was saying. So I believe that this period will be used effectively, and we can see the project coming back, and council members can make an educated decision on this. The questions came when the period started and when it's going to be ended. I just asked the CFO, just for your record, you have time until November 2023. So you still have a year to make yourself ready for another presentation. And again, I'll go with whatever best for Brooks Road families and for the city of Paterson. That all my stand. It's nothing against, nothing in favor of anybody. And my vote is definitely yes for this extension.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I will pass. I want to listen to Councilman Jackson's statement.
You pass, Councilman?
No, I don't need to do that.
Councilman Jackson?
I don't need to do that. I have an original thought that requires a slightly level of, anyway. I never seen so much hypocrisy in my life. People talking out of one side and giving it to you out of the other side. I support you, but not right now. I support you, but I'm not in favor because it's going to impact the other taxpayers. As I said clearly, these facilities were turned over to people who lived in public housing a certain number of years ago. There was an obligation that was made that was never fulfilled. And we have two well-tenured council members here today that will attest that the council's job is to write legislation. This council has not written legislation in quite some time. What this council does is wait for the administration to write legislation to say, oh, I'll put my name on it. I want to sponsor it. Please, I second it first. No, I was first. No originality, no original thought. So this administration hired a consultant in which was pushing, along with the administration, was pushing the council. This is a good project. We should extend this pilot. Because that was a developer that stood to make money. The administration was pushing, but for Brooks Slope, the administration, hiding their hand again, quietly was against it. Gathered their minions, who sits on this council, to pose against it, right? So the developer could not refrain from being truthful. And he clearly said, if the development does not receive this pilot, based on its current financials, it will be bankrupt in 4 years. So what does that mean? That means for sustainability, the pilot is necessary. So it's not about if we need the pilot, it's about how long are you going to allow for the pilot to remain? Because obviously 15 years, this being the lowest, the shortest term pilot ever presented in the city, just for Brooks Slope, in which not one person made a developer's fee, not one person walked away with a large-scale paycheck, not one person was a beneficiary. All the other projects that came before us that members on this council voted in favor of pilots, the 17 acres that we gave away, for Fifth Avenue. During the debate, I challenged Councilman Mendez and said, you voted in favor to give a developer $17 million. He said, I will do it again. It's for low-income housing. Here you have an opportunity to extend an opportunity for residents to continue to have an affordable basis. And you have certain council members scrutinizing who's driving what kind of car and who makes what kind of money. Wait a minute. If you're living in certain conditions, you're not entitled to have anything nice. I guess that's what they're saying. You shouldn't be entitled to have some of the same things that members on this council are receiving. Let's not talk about how. But here it is, an opportunity to extend, which I presented, and I proposed 60 years for 6% to increase a small percentage every 10 years, which will be suitable. You can take that to any bank, go do the necessary repairs. Brookslope has been derelict for, let's talk, I don't even know how long it functioned under the Housing Authority. Some of you probably know better than I do, but the initial 15 years after that, so say 30 years plus the 15, plus another 15, so 30, 60 plus years without having the roofs being renovated, without having the bathrooms being remodeled, no new kitchens. So we sat right here and talked about and approved other pilots because the residents deserve, but yet the Brookslope residents don't deserve the same thing. So I'll be patient. We'll see what's gonna happen. This is another way to kick the can down the line. Instead of being gracious and saying, you know what, we're gonna do something right by the residents. No, I'm with you guys. Brookslope, I want you to know I'm with you. But no, I can't support a 60-year extension right now. So I'm with you, but anyway. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
So we've been here listening about Brookslope for a couple of months already, about a month and a half, since we started listening to the situation in Brookslope. I think I always said facts, facts, facts. You heard it from your attorney. Why we doing a 1-year extension? You heard it from your attorney. Your attorney says it will give them chance, break or whatever, to put together the application right, to put all the documents that some of them are missing, okay, because the passport is not there, and also to put the financial part component that support this application together. Is that true, attorney? Okay. So if all those components that we're talking about will be here a month ago, before today, then we could probably entertain a 30-year abatement. Probably not 60, but probably 30. But everything, or 15, or 20, if all the element was together. It's my understanding the administration is working with the attorney, with NW Financial, to put everything together, to have the conversation and present us the right plan for Brookslope. Yes, facts are facts. If this application and everything was today complete, and we went to finance committee and everything was there, we would not have this problem right now. But there's the puzzle piece is missing that we cannot rush and approve. He's admitting, your attorney is admitting that they need to put everything together to move forward with this. Some people just want to see the community fighting for no reason. Trust me, this will come in front of us in a complete package. And I concur with the words of Madam Cotton over here, that she said she'd be supporting from the beginning. We are supporting it also, but we cannot support something that is completed product, right? So saying that, I think this 1 year will give you the opportunity 6 months from now to come. 6 months from now, you have to complete the 2 phases before the end of the 1 year. That means come, if you're ready in 6 months, I will rescind 1 year and prove the 30 years. Okay? So saying that, I think we should move in the right direction on this. My vote is yes.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So before my vote, I thought you all came from Bruce Love, correct too? Okay, I just want just to be clear on that. I think I have some concern with the group that came representing Bruce Love. I have a little bit of concern with all of you. You know why? Because the gentleman behind you is your lawyer. He's not our lawyer. He's not working for the city. So he's your lawyer. He's recommending us. He came into the mic just to be specific. Let me just conclude my vote. He's the lawyer representing the firm. He came into the mic requesting 1 year tax abatement, 1 year extension. Now, the pilot program that Bruce Love have is in the last inning. I saw the number, the budget projection, the construction number, it came with the cost of 2018. I saw the number. You cannot tell me that I saw. I went over the document. I sit down with the tall lady, a member of the board, the speaker, and she agreed. She said, you know what? We're going to come back with all the document. Now, if we say no to this item, why do you think that everybody that we agree to 1 year? Because it's going to hurt you if we don't say yes. Mr. Freeman was saying, oh, vote no to this. You have to be more educated. And I'm willing to sit down with all of you. Listen, I don't talk to talk. I'm here just to help people. God put me in this position, and I do the best I can to support the community, to support the city of Paterson. I know that what we're doing is the right thing to do. If you don't have 1 year tax abatement, what you gonna do? You have zero option. You ended up into big problems. So that my position is, with this vote, we're gonna give you 1 additional year. The law firm that you guys hired, because that's the law firm that you're paying for, they're gonna work with you guys to present the whole document, the whole package into this council, into the administration. In the same way I'm supporting you now, I'm gonna be supporting you down the line. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 3 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you. Madam Clerk,
Council President.
Just give me a minute, Councilman Jackson. Madam Clerk, so we're gonna take item 4, 7, 8, and 9 together. Then after that, 5 and 6. Councilman Jackson.
Very quickly.
Yes, sir.
I just want to put it on record that is absolutely false. You and Councilwoman Davila recommended to this board for the 1 year extension. This attorney did not come here tonight and make that request. You and Councilwoman Davila, because they only went along with it because they were threatened with the fact that it would not get the support from this council. You are lying, sir. Do not do that on this public platform.
Well, in closing, Council President, before I give up my seat, I just, I don't go out of my character. That's not happening with me, Councilman Jackson. But let me just
People
be clear.
here that were in that meeting.
No.
People that were in that meeting can attest to that. They were in that meeting with us when you made the recommendation.
Let me just be clear.
Extension.
And yes, and also, let's be clear that I'm in full support of 1 year extension. Why? I spoke with members of the board, and they agreed that they were not ready to be presented and to be in front of the council for the full tax abatement.
Again, false, not true.
Now, why you say yes? Then vote no. Then vote no. Then
vote no on the 1 year extension to screw them over.
Sure,
but
try.
The resolution that I wrote, this council refused to support it for 60 years. He made the suggestion, along with Councilwoman Davila, we're going to give him a 1 year extension. Then he's going to have the audacity to come before the public and make a statement.
We have to move forward with the agenda.
Well, we're just clarifying, putting forward the facts, because some people only want to put 25% of the facts forward.
Done, is adopted. Let's move forward. To who, sir?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
He said it to you.
I didn't say it.
Council President, point of order. Let's move with the item that we have pending on the agenda.
Madam Clerk, let's continue.
We don't have a quorum, sir. We need a quorum.
Councilwoman?
We have to have a quorum. I have 3 council members sitting. We have to have Councilman Velez to come back, please.
We're going to open up the public portion now, Madam Clerk.
You want to do that before?
Public portion, yeah.
Bring the public portion. Bring the public portion.
Councilman needs a
Madam Clerk, can we open up the public portion, please?
Yes, sir. We're getting the paper. Where's the sheet one?
3, 4, we got 5, Council President. You?
How many speakers, Madam Clerk?
I'm counting there, Mr. President.
How many?
I'm counting. I'm counting.
Okay.
It's 19 speakers, Mr. President.
First speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, the public portion is now open, and the first speaker is Mr. Corey Teague.
Mr. Teague.
Mr. P.
Good evening, good evening. The De Jesus family, of course, is here. There are some members of the family that are watching.
19 or 8.
My name is Corey Teague, 65 Prince Street, Paterson, New Jersey.
19.
As you well know, we are here tonight, as we have been here every week, standing up for the De Jesus family. We do acknowledge that the officers did receive a 90-day unpaid suspension, but you have to clearly know that that's not going to be enough. You have to know that. You know, so we are still pushing forward. The family has a private investigator now that's looking into things, and there's some other people. I know, but it's being publicly broadcast, and people are going to see it. People are going to see it. People are going to see it. Don't worry.
I'm going to go.
Don't worry.
Please
People are gonna-
don't yell from there.
I'm going to
please.
publish it on my YouTube and on my Facebook page, and y'all going to see.
Thank you.
The people you guys keep in office and put in office, no, keep in office, I should say, this is what you're getting, and I'm going to continue sharing that. Once again, you know, this is the De Jesus family, and we are going to continue to fight for them. I am encouraging those that are watching to please visit my Facebook page and share the posts that you see there. I did instruct several people that also operate my page to make sure they continue sharing his picture. We have to turn up the heat on this situation because as of today, we still don't know where he is. I want you guys to understand that for a minute. We still don't know where he is. Something's not right. So we have to continue to keep the pressure on. There is a mother, as I said a couple of weeks ago, there is a mother that is crying right now because she still don't know where her son is. And until that is rectified, we have to continue to keep the heat because this is an issue of humanitarianism. That's what we got going on right now. This is a human being that disappeared on February 2nd of this year, and right now, this very day, we still do not know where he is. All we know is there was an encounter with Paterson police, and that's the extent of it. That's the extent of it. But we know this very moment that we do not know where he is, and that is a problem. That is why I'm here tonight. I'm here tonight to continue to stand with this family and to make sure that the community knows that I will continue to stand with this family. There's not going to be any change with that. I can allude to Tuesday night. There's no change. As you can see, I'm still here. I'm still fighting. I'm not going anywhere because I think I said about a month or two ago that you pick your profession, but your calling is assigned to you. And your assignment that God gives you, that doesn't go away. I will say this, though, about the school board. There's only one person that won out of the 3 that I fully support and know that she's going to do the right thing, and that's Big V. I know for a fact Big V's going to do the job. I wish the other 2 were here because I would say it right in front of them. She's the only one that I know that's going to hold them accountable and make sure that they do their job. And I could stake my life on that because I've seen her work through the years. But just want you guys to know, I'm here continuing to support the De Jesus family, and we are not going to stop until there is justice for Felix.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Ms. Crystal Garcia. Good evening to all in attendance. November 10, 2022, 282 days and counting. On Monday, October 31st of 2022, our family, accompanied by our lawyer, Mr. Patty, met with Corporation Counsel Abushi and Acting Chief Police Engelbert Rivero and Police Safety Director, Mr. Spezial. City officials provided us with information about the IA findings and discipline taken against these officers involved in the Felix case. While we are deeply appreciative of this briefing, we continue to seek the full release of the entire IA investigation to include all 10 specific violations in the gross negligent handling of this case by these two rookie police officers in this rogue department. This type of transparency will serve both the family and the public, and we hope the New Jersey State Attorney's Office will release this info in the very near future. This won't be in line with the New Jersey State Supreme Court decisions made on releasing IA investigations to the public back in March of 2022, instead of hiding behind this so-called investigation. A major question that must be asked here is, why were there two rookie police officers paired up together, one rookie with 7 months of experience, training another rookie with only 1 month on the force? That seems like a failure of policy and procedures at the very least. Both of these officers should have been in the company of more than a seasoned police officer in order to ensure the proper training continued for both of these officers. The Paterson Police Department Internal Affairs determined that the two officers, Jacob Feliciano and Dori Zorrilla, committed negligence of duty and broke the police department's rules regarding body cameras, transporting citizens, patrol procedures, and preparing and filing reports. Both officers were suspended without pay for 90 days for violating the 10 different rules and regulations in their handling the incident. The officers and their lawyers were informed of this decision right after the meeting with our family. While considering so many violations of established police procedures, the family and the city of Paterson would have been better served if both these officers had been fired. The penalty should have been more severe for these kind of flagrant violations. We believe if not for their gross negligence of these procedures, we would have Felix with us today. When asked whether or not the prosecutor's office is looking into a criminal case against these officers, Corporation Counsel Abushi stated during the meeting he could neither confirm nor deny such a probe. He also stated that this was the most severe punishment that officers have ever received, which is astonishing coming from this rogue department. In spite of all the turmoil we have experienced with Felix's disappearance, tonight we would like to thank all 9 Paterson City Council members, along with Mr. Abushi, Corporation Counsel, for their collaboration with respect to the recent letter dated October 27, 2022, that was sent to the State of New Jersey's Attorney General Office. The 3 key points of the letter were: request the Attorney General's office to take over the investigation into Felix de Jesus' disappearance. They also request that the state should not take over the investigation. The Office of the Attorney General provide all available resources to locate him. It was also requested that pursuant to the Internal Affairs Policy and Procedures, the Attorney General authorize the public release of any internal affairs investigations and related to Mr. de Jesus. The release of any internal affairs files will lend to transparency to this matter and may also assist with the missing person investigation. We are hopeful that this request will be granted. November 2nd, 2022 marked 9 months since Felix's disappearance. As a family, we have been attending these council meetings in search of answers since that fateful day. All we ever asked was for transparency of the process and the opportunity to hold all individuals accountable for their actions or inactions, and whether they contributed to or were directly involved with Felix's disappearance. In closing, we want to sincerely thank the Paterson Police Department. We know we've had our ups and downs at these meetings over the past 9 months in our quest of answers. We particularly thank the IA Division for performing a very thorough investigation and the retired judge who ruled in this case. We understand that a lot of hard work went into this investigation to finally reach the findings of these two rookie officers. While this is only the first step in a long process, we hold on to hope that someone will come forward with information to help solve our case. We also want to remind the public that the De Jesus family is offering a reward of $20,000 for the safe return of Felix, or possibly the mice, but the body. To the family for any information leading to the arrest or convictions of any and all persons involved with Felix's mysterious disappearance or possible demise. This is in addition to the $15,000 being offered by Heldon and Paterson Police Department. We also want to let this rogue department know
Can you please
that
wrap
if
it up?
anyone does know any information as to where the body is, we continue to pray no one can sleep at night.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Ms. Angelis Grulon Punieta.
Good evening, all.
Good evening.
Okay, we've been coming here, as you already know, for 9 months, and we've been approaching the council. But I just figured out we're approaching the wrong people. We're supposed to be approaching a homegirl that I wish she was here, Ms. Kathleen Long, because she's the coup of the city. For those who don't know what a coup is, she's the chief operating officer for the city of Paterson. So therefore, Ms. Coup, why haven't you given us any answers? Because you don't live in the city. You don't give a flying doodle shit about our city. Okay, that's number one. I really, really want to approach a lot of issues from here tonight. Brooks Slopes, my heart goes out to you. I don't live in Paterson anymore, but Brooks Slopes, as long as I've lived in Paterson, Brooks Slopes was Brooks Slopes, and it was the shit, it was popping. You understand? What they doing to y'all is a damn shame. They trying to kick y'all out to develop something. Where Velez at? Get Velez out here. Because Velez is the biggest ass kisser in the world. How you from the city of Paterson talking about, come on in, developers, and bring your shit to our city. Our city don't give a shit about what you bring to it. We don't care. I think they got a plan for that plot over there on Lafayette, because he kept saying supermarket, supermarket. So him and that one, I don't know, that's a little fishy for me. You know what I'm saying? It's either that or they're going to give it to fucking Florio again. Damn, don't he got something across the street from their property already? Or are we overhousing the 4th Ward already? Because I know you love him. You love you some Florio, Cotton, and I love you. I understand. You want to redevelop your ward, but we're overpopulating the 4th Ward. You're building houses on houses on houses, okay? You got maybe 3 schools in that ward. Come on now. The math, like they say, the math ain't mathin'. Okay? The math is not mathin'. Understand? I don't live in the city of Paterson, but this is my home. The shit that I see here is ridiculous. Y'all more worried about some goddamn dirt bikes. Y'all spending money on these fucking dirt bikes. Give it to Brookslope. Y'all want to spend some money? Give it to Brookslope. They need some money. Why y'all not giving it to Brookslope? Y'all give Florio these tax abatements and all of this and all of that. The math ain't mathin'. Give them tax abatement. Why y'all not doing all of that for them? Uden, you just got here. You probably been in Paterson maybe 3 months. I've never seen you in Paterson ever in my life have I seen you in Paterson. This one, the whole family is corrupt with the bus company. Like how? Paterson, we gotta do better. Come out and vote for people. This is where we're stuck at. City clerk,
Please wrap it up, ma'am.
I'm gonna wrap up.
Please wrap up. Your time is up.
I'm gonna wrap up in a second, I said. Give me a second. Madam Clerk, I just wanna say your service here has been impeccable. I was mad when they pulled that bullshit on you, because I know you've worked for this city forever and a day, because I remember when I was interning here 25 years ago and you were here. So I know no shady shit with you. And Big V, I know you're going to get them. That's it. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Mr. Gilmore.
Good evening.
First of all, I want to follow up on Dave Gilmore, Paterson. I want to follow up before I get into my veteran speech. I want to give my congratulations, best wishes, Godspeed to Madam Clerk. And it's a damn shame that everybody else has given those accolades tonight, but the mayor never apologized for raking you over the coals through his shill in that false accusations when they were going after Councilman Mendez. Never came back to apologize. So you will leave apology-less in the public, but he won't go without being called out on it, because I'm calling him out on it. Should have apologized. The next thing is, I'm wearing this hat tonight with my rank, my unit, and so forth, as a Vietnam-era vet. And I remember distinctly on the anniversary of Veterans Day tomorrow, how my rights were impeded in this council. When I came here to speak, when I was brought forward to speak about the Art Factory and the fact that they had over 200 tickets that were not vetted for the conditional abatement to be occupied on the eve of them getting their entertainment license, an entertainment license to support their activities in the venue. I don't think that they've ever got it renewed, to tell you the truth. And that's for you to find out if you do your due diligence. But at the end of the day, I was told I couldn't speak. They told me, you're a public official, you're division head, but you can't speak. I said, okay, I won't speak. I came back as a private citizen on the public speaking portion, like I'm doing right now, because I am not a city employee anymore until things change. And I've been emancipated when I withdrew from running for mayor. But I'm speaking tonight to say, as well, my rights were violated, and that's why I have a 2nd District federal case coming forward very shortly. At the end of the day, I wish that they had publicly disparaged me more, certain people, disparaged me more so I could get an extra $100,000 on my pension as well, like other people did in that bonehead move, disparaging the police chief in the press conference. The dumbest thing I ever seen. How stupid can you be? And thank God other people had enough sense not to participate. No names, but y'all know who I'm looking at. At the end of the day, we have to be more accountable. Veterans Day is tomorrow. I salute all my brethren, veterans as well, but not one person on this side, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, served in the military. Nobody. So how do you tell me I can't speak? How do you tell me for the rights that I protected for you under the banner of that flag, liberty and justice for all, and tell me I can't speak? No, not gonna fly. So there will be a reckoning, and we'll be back, and I'll be back, and
thank you,
we'll
Mr. Gilmore.
take it forward from there.
Thank you, Mr. Gilmore. Next
I think
speaker,
I
Madam
said it
Clerk.
all.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker is Mr. John Suskensky and group. So Suskensky and group.
Good evening.
Council.
Good evening.
My name's John Sachinsky. I presently live at 184 Albion Avenue in Paterson. I'm here today with our neighbors from that block. I'm not sure if anyone was aware of the tragic accident that occurred on Albion Avenue this past Friday.
Yes.
Well,
Mic is on.
It's on. It's on.
Continue,
Okay, I'm
sir.
sorry, folks.
Yes, sir.
I'm just here today to express how angry I am with the city, as well as an individual that owns property at the end of our block. This woman that was killed on Friday was run over by a truck. Her head was smashed because of the negligence of people that worked at this facility down at the end of Albion Avenue, K&L Chicken Ranch. They were a small company 30 years ago, and they've been growing larger and larger and larger every year. We've been here a few times in the past to protest against their expansion, and it seems like every time they want to do something, they get approved. Now they've grown to the point where they're tractor trailers that are backing down the street on Albion Avenue at all times of day and night. The street is overcrowded with delivery trucks. Vehicles are parked on the sidewalk. Residents' driveways are blocked. The street has turned into a war zone. I don't understand why all these developments have been approved for this gentleman. I don't know how he's connected, but this has got to end. As I said, the fatality that happened was my mother. And I'm devastated at this time. I've been living on Albion Avenue for about 25 years. We've always had a good relationship with the neighbors and so forth, but this entity that's at the end of our block has to stop. I'm just requesting if there's anything that can be done as far as vehicle ordinances. I mean, you can't backtrack the trailers down an entire block of street. You can't operate vehicles in front of properties where you have small children. My mother was 76 years old. All she was doing was cleaning the property in front of our house, where a box truck backed right over. I apologize, but I mean, I'm listening to all this that's going on, and I can't believe all the bureaucracy that happens with this city. I can't believe this. But I'm looking to get done whatever I possibly can get done for the sake of my mother. So hopefully that no one else would have to suffer the same tragedy again.
What is your address again, sir? 184 Albion?
184 Albion. I'm not even quite sure. I believe I fall into First Ward or Second Ward?
First Ward.
First Ward, okay, then that would be
Yes,
Mr.
but-
Jackson. You know, I haven't been to a meeting in several years. I mean, we were here once before, we complained about not allowing him to expand the way he has expanded. And the meetings would be adjourned, come back next time, we come back next time, meeting's adjourned, and it just snowballed until it finally got approved. So,
Definitely, we'll look into it, sir. Definitely.
all right, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President, can I say something, please, sir?
Yes.
My sister is a neighbor and a very good friend of his mom. I know his mom personally. I met her a couple times. She takes in my sister's garbage can. I wanted to, since he's here, I had asked my sister I would go down to give my condolences to you and your entire family.
Yes, thank
so
you.
since you're here, I want to just convey my condolences.
I deeply
And
appreciate that.
Erica is your neighbor, who's a very good friend of your mom. And it really touches
I
all
mean,
of us.
everybody loved her in the
I
neighborhood.
know. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, for
Next
allowing
speaker,
me
Madam
to
Clerk.
Please don't leave yet. We're not allowed, the new process doesn't allow us to address, but please just wait until everyone speaks. And
Next speaker.
Next
my
speaker.
condolences as well.
Next speaker is Mr. Eric Williams. Is Eric Williams here? Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Eric Williams. I'm a resident of Albion Avenue. And basically, in summation, what happened to Sasha is not only a tragedy, it's a travesty. It's really unfortunate that a lady at that age, that sweet, could get murdered and they get captured on camera. The entire thing was captured on camera. Yeah, and we seen it. So, there's a lot of industrial areas in Paterson where this place can be moved to so that this doesn't happen. Because to watch somebody that I watched for the last 12 years walking up and down that block, the sweetest lady you could ever meet, just die like that is crazy. It's truly horrifying. And just to get this guy to relocate is something that you guys need to do and should do. That's the least of what you guys can do. For the last 12 years that I lived on that block, she's been the most sweetest, understanding, caring, loving lady that doesn't bother no one. Walks up and down twice a day just to get her exercise at her age. And then for us to see how she lost her life when she did nothing but bring positivity to our block, every one of my neighbors, we would all sign that petition to remove that company from that block. Let's just get it done. At some point, you got to get something done because we would love that lady. Seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Next speaker, Mr. Freeman. Mr. Freeman?
Don't start the time yet. Give me a second. All right, so you can start. And happy retirement. I remember when you worked under my aunt.
Thank you.
And they tried to take that job from you, and I was the one that raised hell right here, me and Dave and everybody else. Kimmy Freeman, 3rd Ward. I'm here to talk about another incident that happened in my house. Last time I live on East 40th Street and 18th Ave, and the last time I came to this meeting, I told you about a shooting that was adjacent to my house about 100 feet away. Last week, or the week before, because I didn't come to the meeting, we heard about 25 gunshots on 17th Ave and East 40th Street. It was so loud, and then I called the police, and I met the police outside. I live 2 blocks away from Eastside Park. I live in the 3rd Ward, which is the nicest ward pretty much in the city of Paterson. And I moved from the 4th Ward. As you know, the 4th Ward now is a war zone. It's been a war zone, but it's gotten worse. Way worse. I talked about speeding. Yeah, you think it's funny, right? Somebody needs to take over the 4th Ward because 4th Ward is getting outrageous. It's outrageous. It really is. I'm almost scared to be in 4th Ward. I've never been scared in my life. Anyway, I'm here to talk about an incident. I talked about this before. I said my Charger hit a pothole. I told the council about this. And then I dropped my car off at Pep Boys. I got injured. I went to the hospital. Nobody could find my car keys, so the car was there for about 4 weeks. That was no problem. When my wife brought the keys to Pep Boys, 2 weeks later, we inquired, okay, you guys, because I went back to the hospital with my knee. This is from a car accident. You guys think this speeding thing is a trip, but guess what? Somebody's going to sue City of Paterson. You know right now. So I left my car there. The car got vandalized. And I told you guys this before. The officer who came, Officer Christopher O.J., his badge number is 4724. I was glad to see that he's one of us, but he totally effed up the police report. You got the wrong license number. You got the wrong car. It's on here right here. This is my insurance right here. He put on here a 2021 Honda Accord 4-door, license plate L97RES. And I have a 2013 Dodge Charger. Dave saw it. I call it Black Panther. I love that car. And now the insurance company is in our asses because they're saying, oh, this is a fraud. You vandalized your own car. Anybody knows and seen that car, they know I love that car. I pull in the Masonic thing right there, I love that car. So for them to say I'm committing fraud and I vandalized my own car, and I blame this basically on the police report. That is wrong. I'm sorry, Christopher OJ, and I hope you don't have a problem with me. I told you today when you text me that this was unacceptable, that you had to wait for the revised police report while I'm waiting for my insurance company, right? My car has been gotten. You made this police report September 27th. It's November the 10th. The insurance company is in my ass. The bank is in my ass, right? So guess what? Guess who ass I'm getting ready to get into? The Paterson Police Force. I want to see the chief. I want this resolved by tomorrow so we can get our full coverage check. Since we live in New Jersey, I'm from New York. New Jersey, to give us our insurance money so I can either get another car, since I've been paying on this for 4.5 years, insurance and the car notes. Officer OJ, I don't know what they teach you in police academy, but I think Mel Gibson is right. If I was a little bit dumber, I could have joined the force. This doesn't make any sense. I guess I gotta go to the police academy to teach y'all how to take the damn license plate number with your cell phone, which I told him, and my registration card that he called me twice. He said, I don't know what the registration number is. Well, you got the damn VIN.
Please wrap it up,
all
Mr.
right?
Chairman.
I'm very disappointed with the Paterson police report. Police, I don't trust y'all. If y'all gonna come at me, I'm running. Because you're not gonna kidnap me and kill me like you did Felix. And the only way they're gonna find out about that is one of y'all confess, which y'all not.
Next speaker,
one of y'all need to be waterboarded
Yes,
so you can
Mr.
tell the truth.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. Anthony Stasio? Mr. Anthony?
Anthony Stasio.
Good evening.
I came here to support my friend John, right? Because his mother was killed on the block where we live on. And the other reason I came here is because I want to tell you that 5 years ago I came here. And I told you that these trucks were going to kill kids, that were going to kill somebody, that you're putting tractor trailers on a dead-end street full of families, right? And sooner or later I said somebody was going to get killed. I'm here to tell you I told you so. Okay? And that when the lawyers start flying and Johnny starts needing some help, I'm going to be there because I have documentation with video from the 3 times I've been here. I've been bum rushed out of here. You know what? And there was 50 police stations, 50 different police departments there, and why is the thing still operating? Why is it not shut down? Why is there not a cop on the end of the block watching cops back down the tractor trailer all day long? I'm sick. I'm sick. I haven't had a good night's sleep in like 5 years. I have 2 inches of insulation on my windows. I mean, come on. Who has to live like that? I mean, really, man. I told you so. That's all I got.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker is Miss Miriam Castro. Ms. Castro? I think I met her.
Hi, I'm also here to speak for the incident that happened at 184 Albion. I live there. Besides that, me and my daughter, we're family. We drove up the block and we found her body on the floor. I've been at residence there for the past 15 years. She's an adopted grandmother to my children, my 4 children. That truck business has no care in the world for the children, for the people who live there. They speed down that block. They vandalize our cars, and they don't care. We call the police to do something. You know what we get? There's nothing we could do. Nothing.
Nothing.
What now? First vandalizing our cars. Now they took a life. What's next? And you want to know what's the most, I don't even know how to say it, is that the owner of the company has the audacity to come to the family and said, oh, it was just an accident. It was just an accident to take a life. I am traumatized. I cannot drive on the side of the block that her body was laying on. Do something. Because this was a life. This wasn't a vandalism of a car. That company gives no crap. This is traumatizing. I wake up every day to see that our beautiful neighbors came together that night with candles to show their respect, to show their support on everything. Do better, do right. I will be here every single council meeting because I am gonna make justice for her. We all need that company removed. Because you know what? Not even within an hour that her body was lying there, not even an hour, you know what the boss said? Go back to work. Go back to work. They were still operating. At least have some respect. Shut down the company for the rest of the day. No, they were still operating. While her body was still on the floor.
Amen. That's right.
Here are flyers. Feel free to take them.
Take them, that's the lady.
That's the incident that happened. That's what you won't hear about in the news. Because in the news, it only got maybe like a 3-minute little thing. Nothing's been posted on the Paterson websites or anything. Nothing.
And they said that she was walking her dog.
Yeah.
And she didn't even have a dog with her.
She was picking up garbage. She did this every day. She took walks.
An innocent walk. Everybody on the block, every single neighbor, I went knocking every single door for support for tonight. Unfortunately, people work and they couldn't be here, but I told them they could stream it live. Please do better. Please help us because there's other adults, there's other seniors living in that block. There's children who want to play. And with these crazy drivers, they don't care about taking a life. They don't. Because as you could see, not even an hour after her body was on the floor, they went back to work. And like the owner of the company said, it was just a fucking accident.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Next speaker is Miss Carmen Laura. Miss Laura Carmen.
Hi.
Hi. Well, I've been living in the block for the past 20 years. My kids grew up on the block. When I told them what happened, they couldn't believe it. This has to stop. It's devastating. You cannot go out in the morning to drop off the kids at school without being blocked by 18-wheelers. It's all day and all night. The kids you cannot even turn your heads when you have to hold your kids like you are in the middle of the war. Because kids are kids and they don't think. And these people they're not looking out for our people. And it's devastating. We loved Miss Alexandria. She was an adorable woman. And every day and every night, morning and afternoon, she would take her walks. Everybody knows that. And it was in broad daylight that this happened. This has to stop. Please do something. Please do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Carmen Francisco.
Francisco, not here. Next speaker.
She's here, but she says she can talk.
Okay. Next speaker.
Martha. What's her name?
She's present as well.
She's here for support. She lives on the block. also.
Okay.
They live on the block. They don't want to speak, but they want to show their support.
Damaris.
Thank you.
Is
Thank you.
Damaris Abruz want to speak?
No.
Okay. Miss Valerie Freeman.
Valerie Freeman. Commissioner-elect.
Yeah. Good evening. Valerie Freeman.
Good evening.
First and foremost, I give my condolences to your mom. Before I start, that is very heartbreaking to hear. Something has to be done about that, because it just that just broke my heart. But I'm standing here before you, Madam Clerk. Congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you.
I wish you the best.
Thank you.
I'm standing here today to thank the citizens of Paterson for 5,569 votes to put me in the seat of the Paterson Board of Education. I stand before you today, didn't have a lot of support. A lot of people doubted me. Some even said, she can't catch a dog catcher. I'm here to tell you I caught the dog, the catcher, and some. And I couldn't do it without the citizens of Paterson. I'm being told what was done was big. I know it was big. A lot of people know about numbers. I know about numbers too. But when your heart is in it, and you're a good person in the community, and the youngsters love you, and you tell them, I need you to come out, because we need some different faces. And they came through for me, and I appreciate them. I appreciate them all. Every single person who voted for me. If I can feed you all, I would, because that's what I do. Those who doubted me, those who counted me out before it was even over, or even before it began, thank you. You were my motivators. A reporter asked me today, did you think that you would be the top vote getter in this election? And I said, absolutely. I'm confident in myself. I know what I can produce. And it's not about being cocky, but when you have some powers that be up against you, you gotta come through. And I did, and I appreciate everybody who supported me, and I'm ready to work. Got a lot of ideas, but my plan is to work along with the whole board, and hopefully we can get the school district in a better place that it's in, because when our children think great, they become great. When the parents encourage their children, the children will become great. Parental involvement must increase. There is some, but too many students in this district and not enough parents involved. That has to come back. We had a great parent group, parent involvement, when Ms. Talafaro was in position. And what was done to her was a travesty. She taught me well. Dr. Clark, Lawrence Clark from Pennsylvania, he taught me well. He said, follow the money. The money I will follow. We will know where it is. We got the largest budget. And it's important that they do the right thing. It's important. So again, I thank you. I'm looking forward to working with the other board members, and we're gonna make the district what it needs to be. Thank you for your time, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Mr. Elvis Durham. Elvis?
Mr. Elvis Durham, Paterson, New Jersey. Just want to say congratulations to everyone that had won this election. It was a very great election. Now, come January, I believe January 2nd, January 1st, the work start. First, I want to say to the school board members that already won, the city of Paterson, New Jersey, I noticed when you go and vote, you have to print and you have to write cursor. The third largest city in Paterson, New Jersey, our kids do not know how to write cursor. I have a son in high school. He go to Kennedy. They don't teach cursive. Also, the third largest city in New Jersey, Eastside and Kennedy, do not have a school band. Time to work. We got some great people that won. And I'm looking forward to work side by side with them. Yes, I'll be at the school board meeting soon. Same thing I'm doing here, I'm gonna be doing over there. Also, I want to thank Ruby Cotton, Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, for coming to the gospel concert on October 28th. I also want to thank Jamie Blaine from Jumpstart for coming to the gospel concert on October 28th. I also want to thank Councilman Louis Velez for coming to Ashley Motley gospel concert on November 5. I have an announcement. Miss Mother Reese presents Elvis Dorm, that's me, Appreciation Day, right here in Paterson, New Jersey, at 4:00 p.m. at Paterson Evangelistic Center, Church of God in Christ, on 98th Straight Street in Paterson, New Jersey, on November 27th. That's a Sunday, November 27th, at 4:00 p.m. on 98th Straight Street, Paterson, New Jersey, where the pastor is Pastor Jen Edits. It's going to be featuring some of the best gospel singers in the world. And I would like to see Paterson, New Jersey. I know it's over 25,000 people watching on cable. God knows how many people watching on YouTube. But I would like for Paterson, New Jersey come out and show me some love. And also, Black Friday is right around the corner. I would like for everyone to support. Don't go to Woodbrook Mall. Don't go to Garden State Mall. Paterson, New Jersey, bring your money downtown Paterson, New Jersey, and come and shop downtown and at Center City Mall. Also, one more thing, y'all. One more thing, Council President. Calm down. Bring some coffee next time. We got the Christmas tree lighting. On Saturday, November 26th, you got the director of downtown here in the building, y'all. Let's get him a hand. The director right here. Saturday, November 26th, we got the Christmas tree lighting right in front of City Hall. Yes, I will be attending at the Christmas tree lighting. On what time that Christmas tree lighting? At 5 p.m. on Saturday, November 26th. That's the day before my appreciation. The Christmas tree light is going to be right in front of City Hall, 155 Market Street. And Paterson, New Jersey, I want y'all to come out strong. Let's show Newark that we are the #1 city in New Jersey. Peace, y'all.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Former Councilman McCoy.
Councilman McCoy.
Thank you, Council President, honorable council members, and to everyone present. I'm a little shaken up tonight as a person who is trying to exist without his natural mother, and knowing the value of a mother and the instability that the loss of a mother creates in an individual, particularly a son. My heart is ripped apart having heard the story, the narration of what occurred last week. So I'm going to call her name as best as I can recall it, Mother Alexandra. Mother Alexandra. I think we cannot react as if that's just a remark, just an incident. I knew nothing of this until tonight. And the impact that it has on me says that as a community, as a family, we have to respond. I feel the trauma. And when children are traumatized, we try to get them some help. And I think between our religious community, our social worker community, we should pay a visit and convene a conversation with the family and those that are impacted on that block. I can recall when International School was being built, that it was found that the fire suppression system was not working. And as a condition of the operation, they required that an officer, a fire marshal, be present at that school for every hour that it was operated. I think tonight, by any other means, we ought to require a police officer or a fire marshal or someone from the fire department to be present at this site, on this block, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, 365 days until we get a resolution. I think we have heard the violation of the trucks and oversizing and how they were operating. I think that should be at an expense of the operator to make sure that our residents are protected. It's the only decent thing that we could do as a community. That's a tough one.
It is.
That's a tough one. So let us try to do that. I'm going to take 30 seconds of grace to commend our city clerk, as you've heard tonight. She followed in a long tradition of city clerks that came out of civil rights demands and hard work by community. Going back to Sylvia Ulmer, Jane Williams Warren, and now Sonia Gordon, all Third Ward residents. And I think that it has been said tonight, but it cannot be said often enough, that she had stood immovable, always abounding in the work that is the definition of a clerk, serving a mayor, serving a council, serving a community, and not swaying from the demarcation one iota, regardless of whom it might affect, regardless of who might have a different opinion. She has stand firm in the tradition that has been handed down to her by her predecessor. And tonight, Madam Clerk, we salute you. Unrecognized sometimes the work that you do, but I think you've heard the love from this side of the aisle and from both sides really tonight on the appreciation for you, for your impartiality, being fair, and being committed to good process. So we wish you Godspeed. And council members, whatever you're going to do for the celebration and for the contribution, I want you to count me in for my full measure. Whatever that might be, I'll be there. And Madam Clerk, you weren't able to come to my functions because you say I was a councilman and you can't side with council. Well, at the end of November, you're going to be a free woman to go wherever you want. And I'm inviting you, I'm extending you a complimentary ticket along with your family to come and celebrate with us as we come back after 2 years of shutdown. We have our toy drive. Bill McCoy Foundation Toys for Kids will be on December 8th, and we'll give you then another set of flowers that's so well deserved, as well as recognizing some good people in our city that have done work.
Thank you.
God bless you, council members, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Next speaker, former Councilman Davis. Yes, all my former council members are here tonight.
Councilman
Most of-
Davis.
Thank you. Anthony Davis, City of Paterson. To the President of Council and honorable council members. Councilman McCoy talked about the family. I want to say condolences to your family. And I am familiar with the area that you talk about and that company that we dealt with 15 years ago, not knowing that it rise or extended. So my condolences go out to you and your family. I did come here with something, but tonight I do not miss the council at all. I would never come to a council meeting and, I'm cautious when coming to a council meeting, being that I've sat where you sit. And the job that you have is not easy, nor is thankful, but I appreciate with the honesty that's coming forth of the council. Tonight, I want to say that please do not get confused with movement and progress. Two different things. And because you hold a title does not make you a leader. It's your actions. I do understand how you can be attacked, but also we have to hold honor and decorum at all times. Sister Muhammad mentioned the gentleman's name he was a minister, and his name was Martin DiManto, who was the Protestant minister from Germany. And Nazis, when they jailed him for speaking out, and the title goes, First they come for, and then it goes on with a litany of things until the end, when he found out, he looked around and no one was there standing with him. Well, we don't want that to happen here in Paterson. It's different variations of the poem, but it's a good poem, and it's ironic that you talk about that. I want to commend the past and current servicemen. Thank you for your service. Brother Gilmore, thank you for your service. Tomorrow, I'm going to close up. Tomorrow, if my parents were living, it would be 73 years of marriage. They was married on Veterans Day, 1949. I miss my parents dearly. So every time when this comes, I get in a little emotional, because also 36 years ago, I lost my mother right before Thanksgiving. But I say that to say this: our city is calling for help. And we need to be mindful of what we are doing and how we are doing it. I will not echo the words of anyone is welcome, but if you come to the city, let them do by due process, as Councilman Jackson stated. We shouldn't be open arms to everyone, because everyone doesn't feel the same way we should feel. And with that being said, I will never again come and attack anyone. That's not my makeup. But when you attack the youth, our seniors, and this racial undertone that's coming forth, then we're gonna have a problem. that lies the problem, and that's when it come out. So, with all confidence, let us do the right thing with all confidence. And lastly, I respect and honor your body of work, Madam Clerk.
Thank you,
I reveal you. We have had many conversations, and I thank you for your leadership. And as it was stated, you stood up, we're behind you, gonna miss you, like we did previous Madam Clerks, but thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And thank you for what you did for council, the citizens, and your staff.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Gentlemen,
Thank you,
have a good
Councilman
night.
Davis.
Thanksgiving to all. In this season of thanks and giving, let us remember Thanksgiving.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Next speaker, Ms. Wahida Mohammed.
Ms. Mohammed.
With God's name, good evening.
Good evening.
And I'm not here because I really wanted to be. But when I thank God for the opportunity to get a little rest today and try to recuperate from my illness, the one thing that was on my mind about looking at this council meeting, I said, I just pray that the clerk doesn't announce that this is her last meeting. Because by whatever it is, that my God gives me the strength to dress myself and get to that meeting, I have to come and say to her in the public eye how much we love and respect that office that you've created.
Thank you.
And that you show us every time we walk through those doors, whether it's something that you're glad to see us for, or you know we're bringing you a problem, you met us with the same smile and the same confidence that you're there to do a job. And it has transferred to your staff. And I've already been told by a CEO before that, you can tell what a company is about the minute you meet the CEO. Because that person shows everybody else down here what he will or will not tolerate. And you have done that. So I thank you for all of your service. And I know that it has not been easy. Because see, I raised 6 children. So I know what it is to have to deal with all these different minds and attitudes. And I say to God all the time, when he gave me those 6 children, it was because he wanted me to meet everybody that I would probably run into. And he has prepared you to run into all of this and to meet it with everything you had, and with such grace and courage. But most of all, you knew God's mercy. And that's what sustains us. So you go ahead, girl. Do whatever you want to do or don't do. And I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to feel good to tell folks no. Or that I ain't going. Did you really want to know? As the guy said in the movie, I really don't. And you'll be able to finish that tomorrow, or whenever it is your last day in here.
Thank you for the kindness.
Because I really appreciate all that you've done.
Thank you.
Now let me turn to this family to say to you, I know that it's your grace and God's mercy that made you be able to come here tonight. And I can't even imagine the pain. But if they don't do something, then the city should do something. Because something is wrong with that picture. When you can run over somebody's body, and within that hour, or not even within that day, give your condolences by saying, let's stop right here and do nothing else today. And it don't bother your soul. Something is wrong with that. Now, to the Jesus family, I know you've stood the test of time. But as the song says, this too shall pass. But you're going to continue to do what you need to do. And by all means necessary, continue. Through the chair of the Corporation Council, I reached out to you today. I don't know if anybody gave you my message, but we need to sidebar. And lastly, I just want to say to the veterans who I have a son that is a veteran, that I appreciate what you did to make sure that we can still talk, whatever it is, and say it the way we want to say it. So I appreciate that. And to all the men and women that still stand and not being home in a comfortable chair and making sure that we are still able to say, I say to you, God bless, and we honor you forever. And lastly, I just want to ask, through the chair of the BA, do we know anything yet as far as the CBG funding that I'm sure you know that the nonprofits are waiting to hear from? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Mr. Sebastian Mejia.
Sebastian Mejia, City of Paterson. Before coming here tonight, I really thought hard about what I was going to speak about, tonight. It's heavy on my heart what's been going on with the De Jesus family, but I am thankful for the disciplinary actions that are being taken. I think it's a course, it's a set in the right course for this whole situation. And I want to clarify something. I think we should put ourselves in the shoes of this family for the trauma that they're living through. The trauma that's going to affect them generationally moving forward. So as we put ourselves in their shoes, I don't want it to get misconstrued that that this family or us speaking up for this family is against law enforcement. I have the utmost respect for anybody that takes on that profession of being a public servant. And I look forward to more Patersonians joining the force, like some of the ones that are standing behind me. I believe some of them are Patersonians. And that's what we need in our community. But if we want to see that, if we want to see that relationship between law enforcement and the community flourish, we're going to need transparency and accountability. Not just from those in law enforcement, but in those in public office. So we're not out here stating that anyone and everyone can come to Paterson and do what they will. Because Paterson, last time I checked, it's not for sale as much as you want it to be. No está para la venta. ¿Sí o no? And it's, the truth is, gentrification is not a magic wand. Gentrification will not get rid of the ills that we're living through in this city. It's not going to improve the quality of education. It's not going to reduce classroom sizes, but we're building and stacking us on top of each other like rats. But we're not taking into consideration the overflooding of our schools. So we're building up no new schools, no greenery, no concern for the quality of air, sound, or quality of life. And this is what happens when greed is our motivating factor. Come one, come all, have your business anywhere you can. Expand it, expand it, expand it without regulation. Look at the tragedies that occur in our community through the gross negligence of legislation that's not being passed correctly or just passed off to the oh my God, what's the name? No. The ones who approve all the new buildings. Pass them to the zoning board. I put them there. Pass it to the zoning board. It's gonna get approved. Planning board, zoning board, it's gonna get approved because I put them up there. This is what's going on, and my heart goes out to this family with their mother. Zoning violations, code enforcement goes a long way. I'm wrapping up right now. Where is Felix de Jesus? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker,
Yes,
Madam
Mr.
Clerk.
President. Last but not least, Mr. Darrell Freeman. Darrell Freeman here? Apparently he's not.
I don't think
There's no more speaker on the public portion, Mr. President.
Move to close.
May I have a motion?
Move to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Abdulaziz. Roll call to close the public portion, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the public portion of the regular meeting of November 10, 2022. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Mr. Sachinsky and the residents of Albion Ave, my condolences. I'm sorry for your loss. I don't know what to say. Just hearing it breaks my heart, right? Madam BA, and to the First Ward Councilman, immediately our traffic engineer should be on that block. I don't know if we could displace someone or make them move something they own, but I know that we can make legislation, make stopping truck traffic on certain blocks. A traffic engineer needs to be at that block immediately to see how we could control the traffic. We have a traffic engineer in the city, right? That's the first thing you could do right off the bat, and I'll support the councilman when you meet these families that is in your ward. I know, is Albion also the second ward, I think?
It's
Yeah,
one,
so
one side.
whatever
second
you
one.
guys need to do, but that's unfortunate, right? And what I'm hearing is this, I don't know the business, I know the area, but immediately, Madam BA, the traffic engineer should be there tomorrow morning and seeing what they're seeing and make recommendations to enhance the traffic and pedestrian safety on that block until we look further on what's there. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome,
Mr. Shasinski, first and foremost, my condolences for you and your family, and also my apologies. I am aware that someone had reached out to my office. I was out of town, and I just returned yesterday, and my apologies. I will assure you, tomorrow, I don't need a traffic engineer to do a study. It's obvious, 18-wheel truck, 18 large trucks do not belong on that block if they cannot travel safely. I would write the legislation myself and be looking for the support of this council to pass legislation so those large trucks could no longer pass through that block. You see it everywhere else in residential areas where they have a care and concern for the people. You see trucks over a certain tonnage are not allowed. But I have news for you. The lawlessness and the lack of concern for the residents in the city is at a point where I would never have fathomed it before. There was things that I experienced here as a young child, but the things that are going on now, it is absolutely absurd. You know, I take my hat off to the former council members because even though there may have been some disagreements, when you came to this council, you had an opportunity to address the council, to address the administration, and have an answer. Now we're restricted based on the style of decorum in which the council president chooses to direct the council. 3 council presidents ago, a former councilman decided that we're no longer going to allow for commentary, no rebuttal, no back and forth, because they want to avoid the contact. You know, everything should have stopped. When you talk about the loss of life, see, life is no longer a concern in the city. We lose so many lives so frequently that it's just, oh, we lost another life. We get these text messages. Why isn't the mayor here doing a press conference based on, this was my first time hearing of it as well. I'm an elected official in this city. I didn't hear about it from the mayor's office, from the BA's office, corporation counsel, nothing. If I don't see it in the news, I won't hear about it either. Because loss of life in Paterson is just another day at the barbecue. We don't care about our people. And it's obvious when you look at the activities of this council. So let me give you some examples, and I apologize because you shouldn't have to even deal with this while you're mourning the life of your mother, but people don't understand how relevant it is. The gentleman that was here a moment ago, I remember when he was coming to this council making a cry. Those trucks don't belong there, but it goes on deaf ears. See, Director Gilmore that was sitting here wrote 150 summonses against the Art Factory and their illegality of the business that's taking place there. He did so with the intent to help save lives. Not one of those summonses have been abated. All of the issues that he wrote those summonses on then, they still exist now. Not one of them were abated. Yet this council continues to allow them to do business. They don't have an active entertainment license because they cannot, but yet they still continue to do business until we lose a life there. I've been calling Corporation Counsel's office. There's a junkyard on Presidential operating without a license on the wall. You are required to have a license, yet we still allow people to just continue to do business. Right on the corner here, the new e-bike store that just opened. In order to do business in any city, you have to have a license, even if it's a mercantile license. We allow people to come in here and do whatever they want to do. The new cow plant as well. Every day you see these 18-wheel trucks driving in this. This is not a rural area. This is an area where the most densely populated city in the country outside of Manhattan. And we're going to allow these 18-wheeler trucks to just drive down here every single day. If you drive down Paterson Street, I have the seniors in Paterson Street that used to come to this podium. Now they're dealing with ailments for themselves. They can't even come here. The sign is clear. It says 4 tons, trucks over 4 tons not permitted. Every single day a truck goes down that street. And the lack of enforcement, I have to get out there myself as a council person and jump in front of trucks while I'm calling for PD to come and write tickets. This is absolutely ridiculous. The lawlessness in the city is absolutely crazy. Goosey Night, which is the night before Halloween, which is, as I growing up in this city, that's what we affectionately called it, has always been a mischief night. There was one sergeant working on mischief night. One. So when you think about rookie officers making a mistake with the lack of supervision, while this administration is allowing for Paterson residents to die on the list for sergeants, while we had people like Miguel Aquendo who died on the list and went into retirement, worked for Paterson PD, was stationed with the FBI for 15 years, just said, listen, I'm going to leave because he was passed over because they have rogue people in place in that department that's moving forward other people without making sure that the right people are moved forward to give the support to the community. One sergeant in a city, in the 3rd largest city in the country, the most densely populated city, one sergeant on mischief night. But they're letting people, right now we have a list that are dying with 4 to 6 Paterson people dying on that sergeant's list. So when you talk about the actions of rogue corruption and how the ramifications reflect back on our community, it's all relative. It's all relative. Just the lawlessness. The e-bike store that don't have a license. I sat here and fought for the young brother Kaheem Hunt, who was finally, after 5 years, that had been vindicated, brought back to work. Brought back to work, only accommodated or paid for half of the time that he missed, and then put on probation. He didn't even do anything wrong. But see, when you're a minority and from the city, you're scrutinized differently, because there was another firefighter that wasn't from the city that was paid 7 years of back pay, was never put on probation, went back to work like nothing happened. It's this is the type of activity that takes place, and this council supports and endorses it. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. The negligence in the city is at an all-time high. Listen, what's disheartening, and I hate just sitting here, it bothers me. Now it's like troublesome to sit here and go through this process. When a family comes here and pours their heart out, the buzzer rings. Next speaker, Madam Clerk. No, just no compassion and no concern for what's happening here. Sir, I'll give you my cell number. Whatever you need, I'm at your disposal. I assure you, I'll write the legislation to make sure that 18-wheeler trucks over certain tonnage can no longer drive down that block. I need the support from at least 4 other members in this council. We'll have to see how that turns out, because obviously, you know, I mean, Councilwoman Davila said it once before. Most of the initiatives that I bring forward, they fail to get support at times for political reasoning. Tell me one thing that I've said here tonight that's incorrect, irrational, and I'll resign. I'll resign my seat. If I can't be the voice for our people, for our lost people, this is a travesty. For anyone to lose a family member, for somebody to lose their life because the negligence of a large-scale company, and then, as the young lady said, for them not even to have the decency to say, let's shut operations down to just today, tomorrow, the rest of the week. Let's figure out what, because it could be anybody else. Somebody's child can lose their life on this block as well. I mean, it was unfortunate that this woman had to lose her life this way. But what are we doing to ensure the safety and the well-being of the rest of our community? This is the same thing going on throughout the rest of the city. This is this way. I apologize for rambling. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilman, thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before my vote, let me just express, how horrible I feel with this new Mr. John. I'm extremely sorry for what happened with your mother, Alexandra. May she rest in peace in heaven. This is a tragedy and I really appreciate to see all your neighbor around here, because otherwise there was no noise in the news. There was nothing. I mean, there was nothing. And I know that area very well. The problem is that company, we don't need, that company have to be removed from that area. That's a residential area, bottom line. That is a residential area. So, it doesn't even make sense. I mean, we really have to take action, Madam BA. Madam BA, tomorrow, I know you got to have a meeting. Talk to the director, talk to all the department head, whoever you need to talk, and send an email to this council about what's going to be the response and the action, the immediate action that this administration have to take against that company. That's a humongous company. I pass by there and I see that. I see those humongous trailer going in and out. And there's so many children with that. I mean, I'm talking about 99% residential area, and you have a huge company in the middle of all those houses, and they continue growing. So, you have my full support. So let's see what needs to be done in terms of the legislation that we have to put in place. I'll be working with the councilman to draft that legislation, but we're gonna put pressure on the administration, because they have to meet with the owner, they have to meet with her. Tomorrow, they have to have that meeting, because they have to start the process by getting into Bunker Hill, getting into another area, another fully industrial area, not a residential area. It's so sad that now is that they're gonna take action after we lost the life of your beautiful mother. But nevertheless, we here. I will give you my personal number. I'm a phone call away from you. And whatever we need to do to make sure that company gets out of there, we will do it. If we have to rally, we will rally. If we have to stay there, well, I will stay there with you side by side because I understand what you're going through. I totally understand. Your quality of life is just down the drain because, how you gonna live right next to such a big company like that and not, and expecting before somebody else die. I hope that the administration had a response for us tomorrow. With that being said, I think that to the Felix de Jesus family, I think it will be important to talk about the reward. I know the Heldon has $5,000, Paterson $10,000, plus the family. Let's continue pushing. Let's continue putting that number out there. It's 20 plus 15, $35,000 Paterson resident. If you know something about Felix de Jesus, there's a reward of $35,000. If you know something, please speak up. I know what you guys been going through for the past almost 8 months, a little bit of over 9 months, and just keep pushing. God is big. We're gonna continue praying, and let's talk about that reward. Maybe somebody knows something. In closing, Madam Clerk, we love you. You will be missed. You always been there for this council, for the administration. You've been working. You've been right on the line, and you've been fair with every person in City Hall. And I'm a witness of that. God bless you.
Thank you.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before I vote, let me just express my sincere condolences to the family of 184 Albion Avenue, John, and I read the letter. It touched me, and I spoke with our Corporation Council. I'm in the middle of writing an email to our BA. Whether is it possible to shut the business down temporarily until find out whether they're operating their business legally, maintaining all the rules and regulation or not, or at least to regulate the trucks they are driving to lower the weight of the trucks that they're using as of now until we find out how much or how many trucks or what's weight they can operate the business there. If we can't shut it down, it's totally on the administration's hand. As Corporation Council mentioned that they reached out to the zoning officer, they reached out to the traffic engineer to find out what the next step would be. I'm just giving the word that I'm sending the email in few minutes to our administration, whether the business should be shut down for temporarily until find out what this should be processed, or to limit the weight of the truck they're operating. And of course, recently we came up with a new resolution that to put speed bumps and humps on city street. That can be another addition, solution to the street. Yes, ma'am. That's anything I can do, along with my first ward and second ward councilman, because this street is mixed of both first ward and second ward, and I'm councilor large. So I'd love to work with both of them and make sure that we have a solution. We don't want to see any other accident taking place on that area. So this is my word to you, and the email is going out in few minutes. That's all I can tell you now. I'm in the middle of the email. That's all. So traffic engineer would be there. I'm not sure he already there or not, but he would be there. I'm sending this email. I'm going to CC the individuals who should be on the email as well, and that going out during this time in a few minutes. To Jesus family, every council meeting you are showing up here. Is this judgment giving DSOs back? No, that's true. But yes, can we really do something to change the decision? Not really, but what you can do is you may appeal the decision, or, but against my sincere and always with your families. Thank you, Mr. Gilmore, for your service for this country. Nothing much to say. Congratulations to Commissioner-elect Freeman. I believe she's not here, and I believe, we got 3 newest commissioner to the school board, and hope they would bring positive change to our school district. With that being said, Madam Clerk, thank you for everything you do every day. You are taking some break, not leaving us. That's all I believe. And again, I love to get advice from you on how we should move forward. Thank you to our council members. Once a councilman, always a councilman. So I never use former Councilman with McCoy, Councilman Davis. Thank you for joining us and sharing your wisdom. I'm the newest. This is my 5th month, so I'm in learning process. Taking notes on every single word I hear from my audience, the people coming here every week. And one of the audience says, she never seen me. Yes, I never been in politics. It's the first time I ran for the office and made it. But I'm in the school district last 10 years teaching in Paterson Public Schools. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I don't know if, Madam Clerk, what was the exact address of this property, of the...
184 Albion Avenue.
Correct. That's on the left side of Albion, if
When you
I'm
go down
correct?
on the block to your right.
To the light or right?
To the right. When you go in, it's a one-way, it's a block, it's a dead
I
end.
believe-
It's a dead
It's the
end.
dead end, so dead end
It's
on the right side?
On the right.
Okay.
My sister
So
lives
I believe
next
the
door,
address
that's
is
why I know.
204 Albion Avenue. Okay. Looking at my, Google map, I even that I was not here, and I apologize, but I was connected through YouTube. I had to go pick up my fiance at work. So I was listening to all the concern of the speakers. So I apologize that I was not here present. But listening to my former colleague, Councilman McCoy, he requested, and it's prudent, it's wisdom, that PD be established there to monitor traffic. But looking at the pictures that I just saw about the property, I will request, if it's possible, that the fire department do an extent inspection on this property. Looking at the picture myself, right now, if I could have judged it, that place should be closed. Looking at the picture by myself, okay? That's one thing. Also, this problem of traffic is not only on Albion, it's in Sherman Avenue too, okay? So, Corporate Council, I know that we amended the commercial vehicle to not be on Zone 1 and Zone 2 regarding the hours of 6 a.m. up to 9 o'clock at night. So I believe this falls into Zone 1, Zone 2 residential, okay? So the majority of the area is Zone 1 and Zone 2 residential. So that corner there was forced to be there based on the permit that they put. They turn a house into a commercial area. See? So, and still for me, is Zone 1 and Zone 2. So I will request the fire department do a deep inspection into the area, into the building, and start from there. Meanwhile, I sit in the DPW committee chair. I will talk to the traffic superintendent. You know, I could say I don't need this, but to be able to do things right, we need to go to the resources, right? Right? I cannot just say here, I don't need this. It's don't make no sense if I don't go to the resources to make it happen. So I noticed also there's no sign that states how many trucks or no trucks should be allowed there. There's no signs. So we cannot lie. The evidence is there. The facts are there. The other thing is, Madam BA, the ordinance of speed humps is already on, you know, is already approved. It's already more than 25 days that we passed that speed hump or stripe in the city of Paterson. So I don't think this one will need signatures to approve. Yeah, I don't think this met the, and I'm talking about the whole Albion Street from Total Avenue all the way down or whatever it is, you know. So that will be a must. To the family, Sasha, listen, I know what you guys are going through. Trust me. I had a stepson that died in a motor vehicle accident. Okay? And also I was involved in a pedestrian accident. So I know both sides, right? You know, sometimes you could give up and say, well, I'm gonna give up, right? But, and it's not easy. It's not easy. Bring positive ideas in the middle of tragedy. You guys are going through in other words, through hell. Okay? And the residents that live there. And the people in Paterson that goes through this every day. We mentioned here about the speeding, that people just drive like maniac. You had to see the city hall behind us every day. So we as a legislative body, we could put together ordinance. The police had to enforce it. And other departments had to make sure that it's in compliance. In our end, we would try to do the best, and I know it's not gonna bring your mother back, but it could prevent other accidents. There's a lot of things that have been saying today. And when I say that we welcome anyone that want to invest in our city, of course, we welcome them. But as you know, as we know, there's other boards here that needs to do diligent work and discovery to make sure that whatever comes into the city of Paterson fits in the city of Paterson. Fits in the city of Paterson. Not put a roadblock in everything that they see, because some people would like to see this city, instead of progressing, see it as an abandoned city or another Camden. But to have common sense to move forward the city the right way. The right way. Councilman Davis is gone, but I know he's watching from home. If he want to have a deep discussion about what he brought up here in the public portion, I will have that with him. Councilman McCoy, thank you for being and giving us the prayer. I will be at your fundraising for the kids toy giveaway, and I know you always do that for the community in the bottom of your heart. To the Jesus family, you know, I express myself publicly here, and you know where I stand. So if anything, we could do more to make sure that bring the answer that you guys deserve, I would do so. Madam BA, do you took notes of what I'd say? Please, I noticed not even one sign. Crosswalks, faded. Let's do what we have to do in that section and all the way around the city. We need to put DPW to work in this and release the funds that was assigned for pedestrian safety. That was approved. We did a press conference. We want to know where is the grant, where's the money, and when they could charge that account. They need signs, they need paint, they need a lot of stuff, and that grant was honored to the city of Paterson for pedestrian safety. CFO, you know what I'm talking about, right? Good. Saying that, once again, I'm gonna miss your look at me. God bless you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to thank the family from Albion Ave for coming here. If you weren't here, I would not even know. Honestly, I live like, 6 blocks away from Albion Ave. I didn't even hear anything. At the same time, from our police director, we get all these little text messages about anything going on in city of Paterson. I'm very upset that none of us knew about this horrific event that took place on Albion Ave. My condolences to your family. I'll be there in person tomorrow on Albion Ave, assess that situation. My corporation counsel already informed me, texted me, that he already reached out to our city engineer. He will be there on Monday. And Councilman McCoy said it the best. Administration, police department, and fire department, there should have been a step taken place on that small little block already. Somebody lost their life there. So I think our chief is here. You should look into it and see, since until we get to a solution, if we could put a patrol officer there during the working hours, at least during the working hours. And with the 18-wheelers going back and forth on Albion Ave, as far as I know, there's an ordinance in book already that they cannot travel to our city road. There are specific roads they could travel through. So we need to enforce that ordinance as well. Once again, definitely I'll be top of it. Madam BA, I think you should reach out to our building departments as well. They should be there tomorrow. I know the city is closed tomorrow. Monday, first thing in the morning, everybody should be in that location, checking everything. That's the first thing in the morning. On Monday morning, it should get done. Madam Mohammed, CDBG money. After I vote, I would like to hear from Madam BA what is going on with the allocation of their fund. My vote is yes to close the public portion, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. The public portion of the regular meeting of November 10, 2022 is hereby closed.
Madam BA?
Yes, Council President, thank you. Yes, that is on the agenda for the December meeting, so that will be voted on at that time.
Thank you.
If I may.
Yes.
Is Madam B. is finished?
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to the downtown SID before we go to the executive session?
Yes.
We have the SID budget.
Yes, sure.
Would you like to?
Yes, please. Item number
13, I think
13.
it is.
He's right there.
Number 13?
Yes. Councilman Uddin is right there. Yes, number 13, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next item on the agenda is item number 13. is the introduction of the 2022 budget of the Downtown Paterson Special Improvement District. And the resolution reads, resolution addressing 2022 budget procedure requirements for the Downtown Industrial Park Special Improvement District, authorizing reading by title only, authorizing budget introduction, directing the clerk to advertise it and special a public hearing, and directing the assessor to prepare an assessment roll of properties within the district. Department of Finance, Resolution 22658. Is there a motion?
Have a motion for item 13? Council members? Moved by Councilman Abdulaziz. And second by Councilman Woodin. Madam Clerk?
I think he said either
Yeah.
Councilman Udin second?
Yes,
Okay.
he called out from there.
I think the council said there's a discussion.
You want to have a discussion, Councilman? Or roll call on item number 13?
Yes, Mr.
We did have a discussion at the workshop.
Okay. Roll call on item number 13 to approve the introduced budget. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
No.
Councilman Mendez?
No.
Councilman Udin?
Yes.
Councilman Velez? Number 13.
Downtown Seed budget.
Seed the introduction of the budget.
That's the,
To introduce.
all right, yeah, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
The
Thank
vote
you,
is-
Director.
The vote is 4 in favor, 2 against, 3 absent. Item number 13 is hereby approved on the introduction. The public hearing and the adoption of the SID budget will be held on December 13th, 2022 at a regular meeting at 7 p.m.
Madam Clerk, let's take the consent agenda.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Item 15 to 39.
Yes, sir. Next item on the agenda is our consent agenda items. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed on the consent agenda are numbers 15 through 39.
So moved.
Second.
I'm not finished.
Okay.
I'm not
Moved
finished.
by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on
Council
consent
President,
agenda.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I am not, I didn't finish. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter. Is there a motion?
Second.
Yeah, I move it, Councilman.
Moved by
Velez, second.
Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on consent agenda.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on items 15 through 39 on the consent agenda. Councilman Abdulaziz. Yes. Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Udin.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Khan. Consent agenda, items 15 through 39. Your vote is yes? Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
No, we
Thank
got
you.
first reading.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Items 15 through 39 on the consent agenda is hereby adopted.
We still got.
Let's finish up the non-consent agenda, Madam Clerk. Item 40 to 44.
Okay, yes, Mr. President, 42 and... Did you say item 40?
Item 40 to item 44, non-consent agenda.
We have 40 and 42.
Item 40, 41, 42, 43, and 44.
Okay, 1 second, Mr. President. That's number 14. So, begin with item number 40.
Correct.
Next item on the consent agenda is item number 40. Resolution authorizing budget transfers for calendar year 2022, Finance Resolution 22685.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Abdulaziz. Can I get a second?
Which one is that?
Number 40.
Second.
Second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 40.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President and honorable council members, this resolution needs 6 affirmative votes for adoption. Roll call on item number 40 for approval. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Madam Clerk, yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
You say it needs what?
6 affirmative votes. I have 6 people.
Save the world. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 40 is hereby adopted.
Correct.
41, Mr. President?
Yes, please.
Next item is item number 41 on the non-consent agenda, resolution authorizing award of contract to Matrix Consulting Group LLC Limited for consultant services to provide operational assessment for the Department of Economic Development, RFP number 2023-14.
So move.
Finance, Resolution 22686.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item number 41, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 41 for approval. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Madam BA, great news. So this contract was approved. The main focus is community development, economic development, but 111 Broadway, what's his name? Councilman Kelly,
Community
we spoke
improvement?
about it.
Community improvement?
Community improvement.
That's part of this.
Please.
Correct, yep.
Those developer needs to expedite permits and all that, okay? So my vote is yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 41 is hereby adopted. Next item is item number 42 on the non-consent agenda, resolution acknowledging contents and effects of memorandum of understanding between the state of New Jersey and the city of Paterson for transitional aid in calendar year 2022, including any applicable supplements. Finance Resolution 22687. Is there a motion? And a second.
Can I get a motion? Moved by Councilwoman Cotton.
Second.
That's for the MOU. Second by Councilman Abdulaziz. Roll call on item number
42.
42, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 42 for approval. Councilman Abdulaziz?
No.
Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Pass.
Councilman Velez?
I want to pass for a minute here.
Mr. President, I'm going to change my vote. Could I?
Yes, please.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are back to Councilman Udine. Since we are waiting for Councilman Velez,
Yes.
your vote is yes. Councilman Velez?
No. I'm looking at the list.
Thank
You know, the reason I'm looking at the list is because I want to make sure that we get the cops' cars, we get this and this and this and that. Everything is here. We're still waiting for police cars. We're still waiting for police cars. And I'm gonna say again, we're waiting still for police cars. So it's good to approve the memorandum of understanding, but we need the police cars. We need equipment. And there's a lot of things that are being back and
Let him
forth.
finish.
So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President,
My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
your vote is no?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 1 against, 3 absent. Item number 42 is hereby adopted.
Council President.
Item number
before-
43.
Council President, before you go move forward. No, and this is very important, Council President. And no, we had the discussion with the state, with the,
Yes.
right? We had the conversation with the state monitor, we had the conversation with DCA. Madam BA, in one point, I feel offended, and I told Councilman President that was there with me, and Abdelaziz, listen to this, to the state, to tell us that we don't have no data to prove that we need more police officer, it was an insult to us. An insult to us. So, Madam BA, please if we're doing studies and analysis of department, we need a real data. We spend hundreds and hundreds of money to do an audit to the police department that, for me, went down the drain. Please do a forensic data. How many police officers we need and equipment for DCA to understand that this city needs more police officers.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam Clerk, item 43.
Yes, Mr. President. Next item on the non-consent agenda is item number 43. And item number 43 reads, Resolution acknowledging the municipal council receipt of a completed calendar year 2022 best practices checklist and confirming that it was presented for public discussion. Finance Resolution 22688.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Velez. Can I get a second? Second by Councilman Abdelaziz. Roll call on item number 43, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 43 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say that I know sometimes, I know we've been putting orders in, but let me tell you something. These corporations and these 500 top people, corporation businesses, they're telling us now when they gonna ship stuff. Like, we can ask for it, but they telling us, TV land, council members, I can put 20 orders of cars in, and they're gonna tell me I'm only gonna send you 10.
Yeah.
And that's no control that we can do. We can't control that. And you're constantly calling and saying, where's the equipment I need? Where's what I need? I need this, I need that. And they saying to us, well, no, we'll tell you when you're gonna get it. That's what they telling us. And I just want to put that out there to council colleagues, because, you know, I see it happening, I see it, and we need this and everything. You got truckloads of boxes, carts at the port that they can't even deliver because they don't got drivers. People are going out of business because they can't get the supplies that they need to run their business. So it's not us as a city, we putting this stuff in, but we're not getting it. I just want to put that out there, Madam Clerk. All my council colleagues, Corporation Council, Fire Department, I want to put it out there because they think it's always the city, and we got these businesses that's telling us, oh, I'm going to ship it to you when I tell you. And there's nothing that we can do about it. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk, on 43.
Okay. Councilman Udin.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Well, Councilwoman Cotton,
What's that?
that would be nice to do, but we need to pay on time.
No,
You know, if they're going to get rendered a service, and the history is that they send a check 10 months after they get the service, nobody want to do business with us.
The reason
So,
why I can speak on that because I'm on other boards and I see it happening.
Yeah,
And we pay on time. And they still telling us, no, you're not getting it. I'm gonna tell you when you're gonna get it. And I'm only, you want 10, but I'm getting you 5.
Councilman,
Thank you.
he has the floor, let him
I hear what
vote.
you're
We are
saying,
on the
but-
voting session.
What I
Come on,
never
Councilman.
gonna understand that we have 25 cars of police reserve and they say no.
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh, no, not yet. So, best practice, Madam BA, I know we voted, but does the being on time with negotiation with unions out here is the best practice or no? No? Okay. My vote is yes.
Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Next item.
Police is still waiting 6 years.
1 second, sir. The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 43 is hereby adopted. Mr. President, for number 44, we have to do the executive session first before we can adopt 44.
Thank you. Is the individual for the executive session is here?
No.
Does he have to be here? No, he doesn't. Okay. We have a couple of items left. Chief, let us finish, then we'll get to you.
You want us to finish the first?
Let's do the second reading. We could take item.
Okay. I think I have them sorted out, Mr. President.
Okay. Thank you.
I have the.
Item 4, 7, 8, 9. You could go together.
Yes. It's 4, 7, 8, and 9. Yes, I have them. Next item on the agenda is our second reading ordinance. Public hearing is required. Okay. Items 4, 7, 8, and 9. Item number 4 reads, ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on City Road. 125 Coral Street, 149 Albion Avenue, 98 Butler Street, 414 11th Avenue, 5 East 16th Street, 551 East 19th Street, 82 East 20th Street, 393 East 21st Street, 312 East 22nd, 460 East 30th Street, Department of Public Works, Ordinance 22075. Item number 7, an ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on the City Road. 100 Beach Street, 108 Birch Street, 452 Buffalo Avenue, 145 Dixon Avenue, 814 East 23rd Street, 214 East 25th Street, 181 East 30th Street, 41 Elk Street, 392 Ellison Street, and 121 Rosa Parks Boulevard. Department of Public Works, Ordinance 22078. Next item is item number 8. For second reading, ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. 118 Gold Avenue, 149 Jasper Street, 158 Liberty Street, 24 North York Street, 190 North First Street, 146 North Fifth Street, 142 North 9th Street, 167 Manchester Avenue, 161 Sheridan Avenue, 41 Ryerson Avenue, 217 Avenue, Department of Public Works. Ordinance 22079, and item number 9, an ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on City Road. 341 Hamilton Avenue, 57 North 5th Street, 35 North 8th Street, 428 Park Avenue, 238 Paterson Avenue, 48 Webster Avenue, and 345 Getty Avenue, Department of Public Works, Ordinance 22080. There's a motion?
So move.
Moved by Councilman Mendez. A second? Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Woodin. Roll call on item number 4, 7.
Okay, Mr. President, before we do, the public hearing has to be open.
Yes.
These are second reading.
Yes, public hearing is now open.
See no move to close.
Move to close.
See no
Yes.
one move to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Woodin. Roll call to close the public hearing on item 4, 7, 8, and 9, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the public hearing, items 4, 7, 8, and 9. Councilman Abdelaziz? Councilman Abdelaziz and
Councilman, we're closing the public hearing.
Councilman Khan. And then Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Udin?
Yes.
Where's Councilman Velez? Councilman Velez disappeared. Okay. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. The public hearing is now closed for items 4, 7, 8, and 9.
Roll call on item 4, 7, 8, and 9.
Yes. Roll call on items 4, 7, 8, and 9 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz? Yes. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Cotton?
We're voting on second reading ordinance
Those are
4789.
those are establishing the handicap parking space. Okay, your vote is yes? Okay. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Paterson is very important. If you know anybody that using or abusing the handicap spot that they have, if they're not utilizing the handicap properly, please reach out to the city reporter, because parking is very limited. We're establishing handicap, but we also removing handicap parking space as well. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Items 4, 7, 8, and 9 is hereby adopted on second reading. Next items, for second reading, public hearing is required, is item number 5 and number 6.
Thank you.
And ordinance repealing establishment of handicap parking spaces at various locations. 720th Avenue, 162 Redwood Avenue, 160 Redwood Avenue, 535 East 25th Street, 1058 East 22nd Street, 493 East 39th Street, 307 Sussex Street, 105 Marion Street, and 29 Garrison Street, and 135 Walnut Street, Department of Public Works Ordinance 22076. Item number 6 for second reading, public hearing. Ordinance repealing establishment of handicap parking spaces at various locations. 255 Governor Street, 158 North 4th Street, 304 Totowa Avenue, 268th Avenue, 305 Atlantic Street, 31 Paterson Avenue, 1045 Madison Avenue, 65 Bloomfield Avenue, 76 Caldwell Avenue, and 43 Sherman Avenue, Department of Public Works, Ordinance 22077.
So move.
Moved by
Second.
Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Abdulaziz. Item number 5 and 6, public hearing is now open.
See no, move to close.
Move to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Abdulaziz. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 5 and 6, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the public hearing, items 5 and 6, Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Paterson, we're repealing 10 handicap parking space. So once again, if you see anybody that are not utilizing the handicap properly, report it, and we're gonna put that area back into the general public, that parking spot. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. The public hearings on items 5 and 6 is hereby closed. Roll call?
Let's do the roll call on item 5 and 6, Madam
Yes,
Clerk.
sir. Roll call on items 5 and 6 for second reading. Councilman Abdulaziz. Yes. Councilwoman Khan. Your vote is yes, Councilwoman?
Yes, she said yes.
Okay. Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Items 5 and 6 for second reading is hereby adopted.
Let's do the first reading, item 10, 11, and 12.
10,
Madam
11.
Clerk.
Yes, yes, Mr. President. Next items on the agenda is our first reading ordinances. No public hearing is required. Item number 10, capital ordinance providing for various park improvements by and in the city of Paterson in the county of Passaic, state of New Jersey, and appropriating $4 million, therefore, from grant proceeds received pursuant to the Federal American Rescue Plan to pay for the cost thereof. Department of Finance. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Udine. Roll call on item number 10, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 10 for first reading. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan. Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 10 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of December 13, 2022 at 7 p.m.
Item number 11, please.
Yes, sir. Next item is item number 11 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance authorizing the lease of a portion of 165 Fifth Avenue, Block 2007, Lots 1 and 2, commonly known as the Riverside Vets, to the American Red Cross, Department of Health and Human Services.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Abdulaziz. Roll call on item number 11.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 11 for first reading. Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Udin.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is, Mr. President, you said yes?
Yes.
Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 11 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading of item number 11 and a public hearing will be held at the next regular meeting of December 13, 2022 at 7 p.m. Next item is item number 12 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing all-way stop control in intersection of Governor Street and East 16th Street, Department of Public Works.
So move.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Udin. Roll call on item number 12, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 12 for first reading. Councilman Abdulaziz. Yes. Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Udin.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 12 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading and public hearing will be held at the next regular meeting of December 13, 2022 at 7 p.m.
Madam Clerk, let's proceed with the item number 14 for executive session.
Yes.
I think Corporation Council should.
Corporation
I think
Council?
he will handle this. Okay, did you want me to?
Council President, thank you for that inquiry. So if you have any questions and you would like to discuss this matter, you absolutely need to go in executive session. If you have no questions and want to vote on the matter, then there's no need to go to executive session.
I don't. No.
My concern was that I just wanted to hear from the person that has to go out. That's all I wanted to hear from.
Okay.
And you're saying he's not here, but
I'm sorry, Mr. President and Councilwoman Cotton. Corporation Council and I, we did a rights notice to the employee, and we emailed him the document because he was out of town. He signed it, and he agreed that it be held in closed session. Yes, he signed the document, and did you get a copy, Corporation Council? I had asked him to email a copy. Where's the letter?
It should be attached to the item, but I didn't.
Again, Council President, if there's going to be any discussion whatsoever about this item, then you must proceed in executive session. If you're just voting on it, then you do
I
not.
don't have any question. Any council member has question? If you
I
do,
don't.
we'll go on the executive session. How about Councilman Mendez?
I don't have any question, Council President.
Our chief is here. Chief.
Council President, let's just go executive session, please. Let's go, Madam Clerk, let's just go to executive session.
Okay, I'll read I'll take the roll call, and
Yes,
after
please.
that, then Mr. Ming and Melinda will have to shut down everything, even the YouTube, after I make the announcement. Okay, next item on the agenda is item number 14.
Yes, Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Yes, next item is item number 14 for executive session. Resolution authorizing a municipal council executive or closed session in or adjoining the city council chambers, 155 Market Street, to discuss the city of Paterson staff to process an involuntary disability retirement application, law resolution 22659. Is there a motion?
So move.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Abdulaziz. Madam Clerk, roll call to open the executive session.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to open the executive session for item number 14. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez. Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Udin.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. The executive session is now open for item number 14. Anyone who is present in the chambers and not affiliated with this matter may ask to leave the chambers and